Teachers, what was the worst thing a substitute teacher did while you were gone? Not a teacher, but in 9th grade my algebra I teacher had her baby early in the year, so she was gone till the last month or 2 months of the school year. The sub was a former teacher, so you'd think she'd be a great sub. No point, she hyper focused on 3 to 4 out of the 28 students in the class and just teach them, while completely ignoring the rest of us. She'd pass out a worksheet then go to her students and never acknowledge us again till she dismissed us. Never checked homework, never acknowledged us. If anyone outside of her favorite students raised their hand or spoke up they were ignored, etc. Which went about as well as you expected with a bunch of 14 to 15-year-olds. That class was just wild. The kids who actually stayed in the classroom anyway, it was a mess. I'm actually surprised we weren't reported or visited by the teachers on either side of us for how loud we were. After several months with this lady, the vice principal was walking around randomly checking classrooms and walked into our sheet show algebra I class. He lost it, yelled at all of us to sit down and shut up, which she also didn't acknowledge. Demanded she leave and sat with us the rest of the period. Never saw her again and had maybe 6 to 7 different subs after her. 2 weeks after this our regular teacher came back. When she realized we had learned nothing and learned the extent of how useless this lady had been, she started tearing up. I passed the classroom on the way to the bathroom during the next period and saw her sobbing at her desk. A friend of my mom's worked at the central office where they assigned or organized the substitute teachers. That lady was permanently taken off the substitute list. A few of the periods I taught were co-teach classes where a percentage of the students in the class have special needs, but can work well enough in a general population classroom with assistance from a special education co-instructor. These classes were often very rewarding to teach, but one downside of teaching that population from a logistical standpoint is that I was often required to attend odd meetings. Basically every special education student has a meeting about twice a year, sometimes more frequently depending on need, where administrators, teachers, counselors, parents/guardians, and the student themselves all get together to go over their status and review the various educational accommodations the student is receiving to determine what may or may not need to change to best suit their needs. I didn't have a problem with attending these meetings per se, but because they only take 1 period and several teachers are rotating through various meetings over the course of a day, the school had devoted odd subs who were more akin to babysitters, at best, than substitute educators. That means that during that 1 period, hell can randomly break loose. 1 year I had a tough student who had some serious attitude problems, but was a good person underneath it all, and with whom I'd done a lot of work with to improve her engagement and interest in my class. About halfway through the year, I got called for an odd meeting during the period I had said student. In my absence of 45 minutes the sub decided to pick a petty argument with my kid, who was rightfully offended, but unwisely overreacted, and escalated things to making threats and nearly coming to blows with the sub to where she ended up with in-school suspension for a while. Getting the story from all parties and witnesses involved later, it's pretty clear the sub was to blame, and the kid who I'd worked so hard with was back at square one. I eventually got her back on track, and she ended up with one of the highest grades in my class at the end of the year, but I could only imagine how much better she could been without the setback and the amount of trust in adults she'd lost. Not a teacher, but I participate in STEM programs a lot. In the 90s I belonged to a club that refurbished old industrial PCs and donated them to schools. Sometimes we'd get completely burned out motherboards or disk drives, so I took a bunch of those and made displays showing the insides of computers, and I'd let the kids explore them as part of my session. Then I'd dig out a couple of blown PCs and monitors, hand out the screwdrivers and let them rip them apart. Yes, I was always careful around the old tube monitors. Once they were done I'd let them pick apart if they wanted to take home. The younger kids especially loved this, and frequently I'd see some kids take home a hard drive controller or a graphics card like it was a real treasure. I even made the local news with my program. That's the thing about living in a small city, eventually everyone makes the news. So one day I went in to do my lesson at a high school, I think freshman or sophomore science class. The class had a substitute, and I had a nap right after that session, so I told them I'd come back to pick everything up the next day. The kids could take whatever they wanted from the old PCs, but please put my displays aside in the cupboard. Next day I came by and all my displays were still out, and they were completely trashed. Worse yet, the sub's attitude was, well, kids will be kids. That was the last session I did, ever, for that program. Way before most of you were born. It's May, 1981. I have a bad cold. I'm moving from an apartment to our first house, and my wife is due to give birth to our first child at any time. It's a Thursday. I write lesson plans for Friday and Monday. Remember, these are the days before cell phones or email. The plans are left on the front table of my classroom. Friday and Saturday are moving days. The new house is filled with boxes. We can't find anything. Sunday morning my wife goes into labor. By Sunday night our beautiful baby is born. Since I had left plans for Friday and Monday, and informed the office I would let them know Monday of my plans for Tuesday, I wasn't worried about my classes. But on Monday morning, the phone rang in my wife's recovery room. It was the principal, telling me the sub had bailed because whoever had subbed on Friday had thrown out the lesson plans, not realizing they were to be continued on Monday. The Monday sub, probably rightly, refused to work without plans. I didn't know the sub on Friday wasn't going to stick around for Monday. Again, with no email option, I couldn't just send new ones. The principal demanded that I return to school. The school was in a rural small community about 25 miles from the city where we lived and where the hospital was located. He wouldn't hear of me just telling him what the plans were to be. He demanded again that I drop everything and get down to school, which I did. Someone else later that day picked up my wife and son and drove them home to our house full of boxes, so I didn't get to have that experience. The principal called me into his office and lectured me. He said, my wife had breast cancer surgery. You know what I did? I dropped her off at the hospital door and came to school because that is my job. I expect nothing less from you. Needless to say, we never really got along after that. I'm thankful that he retired a few years after that, and I went on to teach until 2008 and had a very good career, but it would have been much better if that substitute teacher had not thrown out my lesson plans that Friday afternoon. The first year I taught 5th grade, I really wanted to do something special for my students before Christmas vacation. I spoke with my team and we came up with the idea to make every student a personalized Christmas ornament. We were going to surprise them by displaying the ornaments on a Christmas tree the day before vacation, and they would be able to take them home. I was gone for a department thing the day before we were going to set up the tree, and one of the least liked subs was scheduled for my class. Since I had stored all the ornaments in my closet, I simply asked if the students needed any supplies. Make sure to get them yourself and not let them see the surprise. The thing about this sub, and the reason she wasn't liked, was that her first line of defense was always threaten to take away something for misbehaving. Recess, free time, lunch, etc. I think you know where I'm going with this. Fast forward to the end of the day, I get back to my classroom and the last 30 minutes of class, so I could dismiss them, when all of a sudden, I'm met with 25 kids asking about their ornaments. I tried to play dumb and asked them what they were talking about, and of course they informed me the sub said something. She told the students about the ornaments and said if they misbehaved, she would tell me and I would take away their ornaments. Instantly, I was filled with horror that the surprise was ruined for all 5th grade, their kids. They told the whole grade during recess. Anger because that damn sub ruined the surprise. And disappointment because I really wanted to see their faces when they walked through the door the next day and saw a special Christmas tree with their personalized ornament. It's not the biggest deal or anything, but I was really upset that weekend. To this day, when I talk to my old partners, I still refer to her as the Grinch. Not a teacher obviously. One time my regular gym teacher had to go on leave for a few weeks due to family issues, so she was replaced with a substitute. Turns out that sub was the ex-wife of my mom's recently separated boyfriend. My mom broke up with the boyfriend only a few weeks before this happened. During their time together, the ex-wife made the relationship hell by verbally attacking him and my family. Basically, and I hate him, so I will make everyone's life hell. type thing. It got really serious when she started to claim that I was bullying her son, when it was the opposite point. This was also the period in middle school where we had to sit through the sex ed class, so of course, she took on the role of teaching that. She spent the entire time during both PE and sex ed belittling me and making fun of my weight. Anytime we covered the negatives of puberty like pimples and voice cracks, she would often target me as an example. Nobody liked her, especially once I told everyone who she actually was. Things ended when I convinced my mom to send the school all of the horrible messages, emails, and texts she had sent our way, including some very harsh Facebook posts. They replaced her, and she was barred from substituting at any school in the district. Found out a few years later that she actually lost custody of her kids, my former step-siblings I guess, because she tried to move out of state repeatedly without notifying the father and the gov. A sad turn of events, but her kids were already in high school by then, and pieces of shit themselves, so whatever. Back in year 2, I had super bad growing pains. Like couldn't walk, move, nothing, and needed a wheelchair bad. My school was gearing up for sports day, so they had year levels take it turns walking the oval to win points for their house. 1 lap equals 1 point. My teacher was lovely and either let me sit out or let the older kids push me so I could still win points and get some sun and winter. Well, my teacher was away for a week I think, and we had this sub come in, and it happened to be the day it was my class's turn to walk the oval for an hour, so I'd put all my things down, walked over to my wheelchair at the back of the room, and sat down so my friend could wheel me, and boy, she didn't like that. She demanded I get out and stop playing in it cause it wasn't a toy. I knew that, said that, and tried explaining, as a shy 8-year-old with a stutter, how I had crippling growing pains. She wasn't having any of it and grabbed by my arm and threw me out of it and told me to get up. It felt like every one of my bones broke. The walk to the oval was horrible. She wouldn't let my friends help me walk. She screamed at me if I fell behind and tell me I'm holding everyone up. I was crying and I lost my lunch break because I was putting on a show. She made me walk the oval after pleading not to. All my joints were swelling and pulsing to the point I felt sick. I got halfway around the oval. Our oval was around the 1.5 kilometer mark around, and I passed out. Lucky we were oval walking with the year 7s. One of the footy boys ran half the length of the oval to come help, and he carried me down. The sub was yelling at him to put me down cause I was just doing it for attention, and the king he was with, a now screaming 8-year-old in his arms, just walked past her and told her to go fuck herself. He took me back to the classroom and used the class phone to ask the office lady to call my mum to pick me up. By that time the sub had reached the class and the year 7 boy had put pillows on the ground and set up a spot for me to lay down till mum came to get me, and the moment he left she'd just fly off the handles. I was made to stand in the corner of the classroom, Blair Witch style, for the rest of the day as punishment. My legs were trembling, I was crying, and each time she heard me cry, it was another day added, and she would make sure my teacher knew, so she could continue the punishment. Psycho much. Mum showed up just before lunch, so I'd been standing there for about 45 minutes, and when I saw mum, I just collapsed, and mum went off. My mum is a beach, and boy did that teacher cry. The sub called for the principal's help, and apparently he could hear my mum yelling for him to come down, so Beachy Rana have the whole class backed me up and told him what she had done to me, and she ended up being fired. That hour and 45 minutes I had her as a sub caused so many issues over the next 3 years with my joints, and ended up not being able to walk for about a month. Apparently that wasn't the first complaint, and she wasn't allowed to sub or teach again. Had my students call him daddy. Had a sped meeting, and I was gone for about 20 minutes. He also went through my computer, had to leave it logged in, and projected for my kids to see my lesson. I trained them to read through the agenda and do the tasks if I'm gone. This was before Google Classrooms. He went through my computer, dug through files, found IEPs and displayed them. My instructions to him were watch the kids. Make sure they are doing their bell work quietly. Nothing more, nothing less. So I come back, and my cousin, yes, my cousin was my student. I was the only advanced LA teacher. We had no choice but to have her in my class. Immediately rats him out. He gets defensive and says she's lying. Told him I doubt that, since there is literally nothing for her to gain from it, and I have a great relationship with her. He looked at me and said something along the lines of all kids lie, blah blah blah, all. My kids did the O sound. One piped up and told the sub he messed up twice. 1 for the daddy comment, 2 for saying my cousin lies. Kid then explained our relationship to the sub. I walked out to the principal's office and let my boss know that 1. The sub is creepy and wants my kids to call him daddy. 2. He is never to be in my classroom or one of my team members. 3. Was looking for IEPs and didn't follow my sub plans. 4. That I will be bringing up this issue to the union. 5. Insinuated that my cousin is a liar. I'm her emergency contact for school and dealt with all the school stuff for my aunt and uncle since they don't speak English. Boss surprisingly agreed to each point. Sub was moved to the elementary schools though. That creeped me out. I think it's cause we were short on subs. I was a substitute teacher and here my biggest shame. So I'm a full-time science teacher, not a substitute, but I have to cover for other teachers when they are out because my district think that I $ more educational than hiring a $ newbie. So I'm substitute teaching for an English teacher who is actually a good friend of mine. She calls me the night before and is like, can you have the kids read the poem My Papa's Walls and facilitate a discussion in which students discuss whether or not the narrator's memory of the walls is a fond memory or a bad memory? I tell her I can. I'm familiar with the poem from when I was in high school. I figure I can give it a shot. Point the next day instead, if having a prep period, I head to her classroom and hand out the photocopied poem. After the kids read it, I start prompting them with questions about the tone of the poem. So is this a fond memory or a bad memory? I ask. I get a lot of silence from students that don't know me well. I rephrase the question. Still silence. I start to panic. I revert to my STEM insert. I tell the students to assign each line of the poem a positive or negative value, from 10 to -10, depending on how positive, how negative, or how neutral the tone of each line is, in their opinion. Then I have the students sum the total of the lines to get an overall score for the poem. Some students have a positive value, others have a negative. The bell rings, and I feel proud of how great an English teacher I am. I call my friend that night and tell her how great a job I did subbing for her class, how I had such a great idea for students to quantify the positivity/negativity of the poem. She responds by calling me Dr. J. Evans Pritchard from Dead Poets Society. I realize she is right. I feel shame. Bonus story. As a regular non-substitute teacher, the worst thing one of my substitutes ever did was independently decide that the unit test I had asked him to administer/proctor should be done collectively as a class test. Apparently all it took was 1 or 2 complaints of this test is hard, can it be a group test? For him to decide that he should be the cool teacher and allow students to work collaboratively on it, moving from desk to desk copying/discussing each other's answer. I mean, that sort of thing can be a valuable learning experience, which is exactly why we had done just that sort of thing with various problem sets and lab activities leading up to the assessment. You know how much time and effort goes into authoring an accurate, well-targeted formal assessment. Rage. Special education teacher here. The last sub I had was when I was out sick about a year ago with a really nasty sinus infection. This sub left my students unattended and alone in the class multiple times so she could use the bathroom down the hall. We have a bathroom in the classroom, but she apparently could not figure that out. Tried to force my ID student who is dyslexic to read and would not leave him alone the entire day. He cannot read, and his IEP specifically says that information must be presented orally and that he be allowed to dictate answers. One of my students has vision issues and did not have his glasses on that day. She was convinced he was blind. She then asked him if he lived in a gated community or a nice house, and when he said yes, she said, well, you should be able to afford some glasses then. Completely ignored my lesson plans and did her own thing. Also ignored my instructions that my ed was in charge and that she, the sub, should follow my aid's directions, constantly berated my students for their behavior, tried to force them to do busy work, and then decided to ignore them and focus on the ID student all day. My students were so upset and my aide was so angry that I left my doctor appointment and went to the school to stay with them for the last hour of the day. My students begged me to never leave them with a sub again. Not my choice, it was the school's call. She has since been barred from ever subbing again after I told my principal what had happened. Back when I was a student, there are a couple subs who stick out in my mind, but since this is about bad subs, here are my top picks for that point. The expo marker lady. When I was in 7th or 8th grade, there was an older woman who subbed at our school who was known as expo marker lady because at the beginning of every class she subbed for, she would walk into the classroom, pick up a brown expo marker from the board, and draw her eyebrows on with it. I don't remember much else about her other than I remember being really cranky all the time, but those brown expo marker eyebrows became stuff of legend at that school. The stool lady from 7th 12th grade. There was a sub who was known around the entire school as a stool lady, as you would never see her without her own personal wooden stool. She would bring that thing everywhere, up to and including church. And funny side story, I know this because one time I was in church and turned my head to sneak a look back at a girl a few rows back and ended up noticing her in the very back, glaring holes through my head on her stool in the back of the church. Anyway, I don't think she ever told any of us her name, and we just referred to her as stool lady. The main thing about stool lady, though, is that she was very strict, and she falsely accused students of things they didn't do on multiple occasions, which almost got me sent to the office one time because some kid a couple seats to my left let out a long, loud, erotic moan like something out of a porno. She thought it was me, and the kid who actually did it wouldn't fess up, and then I got a 10-minute tirade about how lying is even worse than distracting the class with such moans. Anyway, one of my regular teachers one year told us stool lady used to be a nurse or something in the hospitals and was a really big germaphobe because of all the horrible illnesses she saw in there, and her stress about the germs was probably what contributed to her harshness. This will probably get buried, but I shared a classroom with a teacher and she had a sub. I would typically sit at my desk with my headphones on while she taught and grade and lesson plan, so I got to see all the sub fuck ups. But one was insane. The students told me about her before I ever met her, that she smelled strongly of fish and said weird things. When the other teacher's class started, I was sitting at my desk, headphones in, grading, and after like 5 minutes noticed there was no sub. I was like, goddammit, I'm going to have to babysit now. I take my headphones out, stick my head into the hall to see if anyone's coming. Nope. Call the office. They cite the news that no sub is there and say that this sub has been having problems finding the classroom she's subbing in all day. For context, this school had maybe 4 hallways. It was very small for a high school. They tell me to please watch the kids until they get her. They call for her over the intercom to come to the office. Eventually a secretary walks her to the classroom. This woman is a wreck, literally wearing pajama pants. And yes, she smelled. I was like, whatever, here are the sub plans. I got a grade and sheet. I go back to doing what I was doing before. The kids are making noise and not listening to her and just generally being a circus. I take my headphones out again and see what's up. She's at the door talking to another sub who, God knows where he was supposed to be, are just gabbing about getting their feet in the door so they can get real teaching jobs. Oh god. The woman hasn't touched the sub plans. The kids are just faking around on Chromebooks and walking around. This was a creative writing class. It was a mess. Anyway, I leave and go to the gas station to get some snacks, since it was still my off period. Coming back into the parking lot, I see this woman in the parking lot, changing shirts at her car. Yes, I saw her bareback with a bra strap in a school parking lot. I was like, what the fuck, lady? I called out to her like, what the fuck are you doing? She says, oh, can you let me back in the building? I'm like, you left? We go back to my classroom and the kids tell me she said she just randomly needed to change shirts and walked out. They were like, we have more to tell you when she leaves. The next day, the kids tell me that, after about 20 minutes of not giving them any instruction, this faking goon goes, "Okay, so this is a creative writing class, right? Let's do a creative writing experiment. I'm going to come into the room and act like I'm a school shooter, and if I point at you and say bang, you're dead, then I want you to write about what it was like to watch your friends get killed." I was like, no. This did not happen. All like 32 kids confirmed that it in fact did, verbatim. I reported her to the principal, and they blacklisted her. She was insane. Also, I introduced myself to her by saying, "Oh hi, I'm first name last name," and this insane woman called me Mr. First Name all day. And then when I corrected her, because it had gotten tiring, she said, "Oh, I thought you and other teacher were married because your first name is the same as her last name." I swear to God, I've never been so confused or thought a grown adult was so dumb. Not really too crazy, but we had a substitute for welding one day. She was an English teacher. Before she started subbing, our instructor was a super laid back yet knowledgeable dude who didn't want us to have a bunch of work to do for the 2 days he'd be away. He left us a quick little assignment consisting of reading an article about welding in shop, then writing like 3 sentences on something we learned about that we didn't know before. He did not care about proper grammar usage. We hand our assignments in, and the sub begins to proofread them. Hands every single paper back saying we are all highly unversed in proper grammar, and that they need to be a paragraph long. After 3 more attempts, a few of my boys started to get rightly agitated and said they are leaving what they were instructed to do on a stool, and that's it. Sub proceeded to raise her voice at the whole class on how welding and shop are for uneducated people that can't test high enough to get in a good college. Throws a third of the class to the dean's office. The rest, including myself, said fuck it, we're going with them, and walked out. Dean was displeased at sub for 75% of the class being sent to his office. Teacher came back the next day and apologized to us all and assured she'd never sub for him again. Points TLDR. English teacher subbing for welding class reams us for being uneducated and power trips 75% of the class out of the room to the dean's office. Not a teacher, but I had a horrible sub back in preschool. For some background information, I'm deathly allergic to peanuts, and in preschool, we would be served snacks every day, one of them being celery dipped in peanut butter. Everyone who taught me was informed of this, and they still served it. It pissed me off, but I was alright. They just had me sit across the room whenever they served it. Anyways, my teacher always made sure that I was away from the peanut butter and that I was never to be given the snack. Well, one day, we had a sub who didn't seem to comprehend the fact that I will die if I eat peanuts. She served me the peanut butter at the table and forced me to eat it. Keep in mind that the celery and peanut butter were separated, but if there was even a little peanut butter contaminated on the celery, my life would be over right then and there. I told her that I was allergic and she said, "I know that. You'll be alright. Stop being a drama queen." These quotes are definitely not exact. This was years ago, but I still relatively remember what she said. I told her that I would die. She didn't have a care in the world. I'm getting pissed remembering this now, so don't mind me while I start using caps. So she starts trying to force the celery in my mouth. I started to cry. Big time. She said, "You are going to eat this and not waste our money, or I will force you to." This little, so I told her I would eat it on my own, sobbing my eyes out. I risked my life to do this, since she was threatening to hit me if I didn't. I was so stupid, I wish I just kicked her in the stomach and ran out of there. So I ate the celery. Alone. Only the celery. I mean, I would die if I ate the peanut butter, right? I was still risking my life though, since the chances were high that there was contamination. But she wasn't satisfied. She told me that peanut butter is expensive, and I need to eat that as well. Lady, I think my life is a little more expensive than peanut butter. So I just broke down right there. As I mentioned, I was already crying, but this was when things got real. I cried so hard I was screaming, because I thought I was going to die. I had been taught not to disobey adults, so of course I was too scared to say no. Apparently I had cried so hard that she stormed out of the room for some reason. Me, being the smart cookie I was, thought of something quickly and asked my friend to eat it, as she knew of my allergy and had watched the whole thing. She gladly did, as she loved peanut butter, and when the sub came back to the class, she said, "Did ya eat it?" I nodded while still sniffling a bit. Luckily she bought it and still called me a drama queen for lying that I would die, but I lived, and that's what matters to me now. I had a day off for a medical appointment and left very detailed lesson plans for the supply teacher. One thing that I made sure to print in bold lettering was that the AKO provincial testing was coming up, and I wanted her to go over one specific math concept to refresh their memory. I wrote out exactly how the lesson was to be taught, provided the questions in full, made sure my I's were dotted and my T's were crossed. I came back the next day to no note from the supply teacher and my math bulletin board covered with turkeys. Turkeys made by tracing your handprint and cutting them out and decorating them. So, when the students arrived, I asked how the math lesson went and they said she didn't do any math. She didn't want to do math, so she asked the laziest kid in the class what he wanted to do instead of math, and he said make hand turkeys. So, that's what we did. I spent the next 2 days sacrificing science and social studies lessons so that we could go over the math concept she didn't cover. Told the principal I didn't want her in my class anymore. But then she got a day to cover my wife's classroom. My wife, who is the French teacher, plays a game in the class called Bon Bon, where if you are able to answer a number of questions in French, you win a candy. This supply teacher decided to empty my wife's brand new container of candy, which had over 100 huge pieces of candy inside, and give them out to the students, without playing the game at all. Just handed it out, like it was Halloween. No note explaining what she did, and an empty container that my wife paid for out of her own pocket. My wife told the principal she didn't want her in her class anymore. After that, she made one more appearance at the school, this time in the kindergarten room. I don't know what she did, but the kindergarten teacher went to the principal, and I'm guessing you can figure out the rest from there. Not a teacher, but had this awful sub in 6th grade that had some kind of meltdown on us. She screamed at us to shut up as we walked through the door and during class. Now I'll admit our class was normally rowdy and had troublemakers and some special ed kids who would get loud sometimes, but this woman's sudden angry outbursts put us all into silence. It was at the point where we just sat at our desks, kept our heads down, and not dare make a noise. Even with our uncharacteristically good behavior she kept screaming shut up, shut up, shut up. Then to make it worse, the student teacher came in. She was studying to be a special ed teacher and worked with one of the kids in my class, so we saw her often and liked her. She heard the yelling and tried to stop it. The sub turned her attention to the student teacher, screamed at her, cursed at her, and sent her crying into the hallway. Some of the girls ran out of the classroom to comfort her. The main problem student told the sub that she couldn't treat people that way. The sub marched to his desk, grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pulled him up so hard that she tore the collar, yelled at him for being disrespectful, threw him back onto the desk, and stormed out of the classroom with one last round of shut up, shut up, shut up. No one was talking. She ran to the principals and quit on the spot because we were the worst class she's ever had. When we tried to explain what happened, no one believed us. We were the rowdy class with the bad kids. They didn't listen to the student teacher either. We were punished with extra homework, in-class assignments, and were left out when the other classes had fun activities. I was the teacher's pet of our class and tried to explain what really happened when things cooled down. Their response was it's really nice that you care for your classmates, but it's wrong to lie for them. It's been 18 years. I wonder if they would believe me now. My daughter was in a medical class in a vote CJ school getting her CNA, and they had a sub one day. There was a girl who was slow, but not in special ed, and she was a minority. My daughter was a peer mediator, and was expected to help the guidance department help students. These girls, the mean ones, took this girl's book, and proceeded to rip pages out of the book. The sub ignored this. They were disruptive, and she ignored that as well. The poor girl was beside herself because she couldn't get her book back and they were trying to destroy it. My daughter had enough and got up, grabbed the book, the pages, and the girl, and told the sub, "Going to guidance." The sub said, "No you aren't. Sit down." The mean girl snickered. My daughter said, "Watch me," and she took the distraught girl out. The sub wrote her up. I was subbing in that school that day, and when the referral hit the discipline principal's desk, he mentioned it to me. My daughter had asked me not to get involved unless she asked, so I waited. She told me what happened. She walked into his office and sat down and proceeded to list everything that happened in the class and what she did. Then she said, "If you suspend me or give me detention for this, I'm going to Mrs. S, principal, because that is just what peer mediators are supposed to do." He looked at her and told her she wasn't in trouble. He just wanted to know what actually happened. The girls got detention, the distraught girl got a new book, and the sub wasn't allowed in that class again. He told me that he was proud of her, the way she took charge, and the way she explained what she did. I told him I was proud too, and that I was prepared to get involved, but I wanted to give her a chance to handle it. Now, she's working in management in the government. I had to be gone for 3 days in a row. I slaved over my sub plans. The kids had app tests coming up. It was the perfect blend of kids being productive and the sub having a relatively easy time. The sub told my kids the plans were garbage and that I didn't know anything. My kids and I have a good relationship, so that immediately turned the kids off to him. He made sexist comments about how women shouldn't teach about government and politics. He threw my handouts and copies away and lectured my kids instead. His topics were not related to the class at all. He ate all, and I mean all of the snacks that I bought for my lower income kids. Granola bars, nuts, dried fruit, crackers, bananas, bottles of water. He left sticky notes in my lesson plan book about lessons that he thought were bad and made notes about incorrect information. Spoiler alert, my information wasn't incorrect. For instance, he crossed out the numbers for my electoral college map and replaced the numbers with the House of Representatives numbers. He ruined my map. He crossed out my information cards about different forms of government. He replaced the US from a republic with a direct democracy. He sent a bunch of kids to the principal for studying for the app exam instead of following along with his made up lecture. They weren't being disrespectful or disruptive. These were the sweetest straight A type kids. One of the girls cried because she had never been kicked out of class before. The assistant principal came down to see what was going on, and I found all this out because the sub showed my app my lesson plans, as if to show how bad they were. The app asked where my materials and handouts were, and the sub proudly showed her that he has thrown them away. He denied it later, but I'm fairly certain he stole my colorful grading pens, 12 of them, sticky notes, like 5 packs of pink and yellow ones, my dragon stapler, and a mug. It was one that one of my students made for me, so I was really hurt about that. The district did nothing because we are so short on subs. He is still subbing today. I still see him in the building. I do not let him sub for me, but I can't do anything else. Not a teacher, but this happened to me. Our teacher had a death in the family. An aunt that had been a second mum to her since her real mum died of cancer when she was 3 and took a much needed day off when the news broke at 8:40 am to sort out affairs. So a sub had to be called in at short notice, and the only available sub was 2 hours away and could be there for break time. My lesson was just after break, so at 11:20 we walked into the lesson and we see this youngish man, clean shaven, looking bright and chipper, and Ifo, not our usual teacher. He started the lesson asking us where we were at and replied we had course org to finish as we didn't have any set work for that day. It was a Friday and Fridays was usually course org day with our normal teacher. He said that wasn't fun and that we should play a game instead and has us hand in our course org so everyone would be paying attention to this game. The game basically involved him asking us what we liked and didn't like about each other in the class, as his motto was honesty is the best policy. So one by one we go around answering, and it got to me, and at the time I was very much into high fantasy fiction, and as soon as I said that, he immediately latched onto it, calling me a nerd, and that I should be like a real man, and have a proper hobby. He then spent the next 25 minutes asking others, but also asked what they hated about me. He could see I was getting very emotional, and was doing the "is the Eichel baby gonna CWY" routine, egging on others to single me out. Little did he know he was bullying someone with Asperger's and someone who at the time was very suicidal. So lessons end, I book it for the door, not before he trips me up. This got another laugh from the class, and I just head home, missing the rest of school, and to which no one knew. I tried to kill myself again. I knew that if I could get home, no one would be there for hours. Luckily for me, the teacher noticed that I wasn't in the next class and asked some people where I was, and they explained what had happened and had contacted my mother, who worked in the same school at the time, so she knew I'd head home first as she wasn't due to be home till late due to a parent/teacher conference. Well, what happened to me was bad. What he did to the class was worse. So he had a free lesson after us, and he shredded all of overdrafts of the course we left in school a month before they were due in for 60% of our grade. Last I heard of him was when I was asked to make a statement to the police, as he had a warrant out for his arrest. After that they made sure to properly vet any and all sub-teachers and didn't rely on the agency they got him from. This actually happened recently. Due to COVID, I'm in a blended setting where I come to school, but teach the students through Zoom. We are also short on substitutes, so oftentimes other teachers will give up their planning period to cover a class. So another teacher covered my lunch period Zoom class, which is about 45 minutes longer than a regular class period. To accommodate the lunch shifts, she never turned on her camera, but marked students as "absent" if they did not have their camera on. When the students pointed out her hypocrisy, she said, "I'm a teacher. I don't have to have my camera on. It's school policy. We do need to turn our cameras on." She gave students the instructions for their assignment once, and was annoyed and refused to repeat herself when students asked for the instructions. Many students have poor internet, since it is a rural area, and so we were trained to repeat ourselves and always have written instructions ready. She did not post my instructions either. She also did not dismiss students for lunch. Granted, they are at home, so they could have gotten food anyway, but if they left the meeting or even just walked away, she marked them as absent. She also wrote them up if she saw the meeting on camera. And she's not just a sub, she's an actual teacher at my school. I feel horrible for her students. It's a shitty year for everyone, and it's nearly impossible to be such a stickler for the rules this year. I deal with a lot of troubled students in that class, and had worked hard to build their trust and enthusiasm, and after her, some of my most difficult kids haven't even showed up. My partner is a first grade teacher, and she teaches at a school that has a lot of trauma impacted students. In any given class, about half of them might have come with their families as babies seeking asylum from violence in Honduras or Mexico. Trauma and poverty obviously can leave their marks on a kid pretty fast, and they also make totally normal things like being dyslexic or needing glasses or a hearing aid become huge problems. Anyway, she had a student one year, a boy, that was a total sweetheart. He didn't speak much English yet. It's a bilingual classroom, and he was extremely shy. But he was smart, kind, creative, just a great kid. He didn't like to be touched though, at least not unexpectedly, and he didn't like loud sounds, because he had witnessed some really unthinkable things already in his life, like murders. Anyway, she gets sick, and there's a sub for a day. When she gets back, she finds out from the other students that this kid, one of her best sweetest students, was suspended. The sub basically walked into the classroom and, in English, told every to get to their seats and pull out a specific book or something like that. But this kid didn't understand that, because he didn't know those words. So the sub walked over to him and confronted him directly, again in English he didn't understand, and the sub felt like his non-response was a sign of disrespect. As if all little first grade brown boys are inherently disrespectful or something. That was the vibe of it. Then the sub started yelling, and the boy just shut down. because he had absolutely no way to handle that point, and that cycle continued until the sub grabbed him and walked him to the principal's office and said he'd been causing problems and needed to be sent home. Anyway, my girlfriend got it all cleared up and obviously the boy wasn't going to get any more punishment, but it set him back like a month. It had taken her months to get him out of his shell, to get him laughing and engaged. In one day that sub shut him back down for a month. That was a couple years ago, and she's been terrified ever since then of ever taking a day off. Can you imagine being such a pathetic, racist, angry substitute teacher that you robbed a month of a child's happiness from them? I went out on paternity leave about 2 years ago, just a week. I just trusted our secretary to pick someone we trusted. No, they went with a new guy who was a neckbeard. He tossed out all my history lessons and taught 7th graders, 12 and 13-year-old kids, about the truth and why they are wasting their time listening to me. I had a few students email me their concerns with the sub. I went in early the next morning and talked to him about these changes. He told me the students were lying, but couldn't show me any work they were supposed to complete because they were lazy. I set him faking straight and told him he would be using my materials to teach. He acted like I was insulting his mother or something, but he eventually agreed. He was very disgruntled moving forward. He did stick to the lesson, kinda. But he decided to root through my desk and take stuff like pens to resources I keep for students when they need them, paper, penciled, snacks in case they are hungry. He even destroyed a notebook I kept for brainstorming lessons. I didn't learn any of this until I got back. My students never contacted me again, so I thought everything was okay. They did ask me to never have that sub again. And yes, some of the girls felt uncomfortable around him. This was kind of a substitute. Our physics teacher quit mid-semester to take a job at a private school. Don't blame her. She had a PhD and the other science teachers walked all over her, so we had a semi-permanent substitute for about 3 months. Prior to my teacher leaving, we had been working on a group project for about a month, about 3/5 days a week, and there were times we had to take it home to work on it. This was a big deal to us. We were all pretty passionate about it, and it was a fun project that made us care about physics, which is hard to do for high schoolers. He walks in day 1, sees we've been working on this project with weekly check-in grades, sees we're all doing really well, lowest grade was like a B, and he scraps the whole thing. He thought the best way to teach physics was to just lecture and talk at us for 84 minutes and give us pop quizzes almost every class. Group projects, in his opinion and apparently backed by many scientists worldwide, were a waste of time and no one ever learned anything from them. Needless to say, none of us cared much for physics after that, and our grades suffered for this man's incompetence. Oh, I got one. I was the student. Senior year of high school, our English teacher was out for some reason, so we got a sub. Turned out the sub was our teacher's daughter. She was very young, probably just graduated. She seemed very friendly at first, but then things got weird. She started talking about her mom in a very nasty way. She started saying things like, "Does my mom stuff her face all day at her desk? She was overweight. Don't believe anything she says. She is a liar and a fraud. The second you start to trust her, she will stab you in the back." She just went on and on with this sheet. She even told us to switch classes. It was like 2 weeks to graduation. Lol. This class was a split period, meaning half the class is before lunch and the other half if after lunch. When we came back from lunch, one of the kids noticed his iPod had been stolen. He made a big scene about it, so the sub conducted a search. She made everyone empty their pockets and let her go through all of our backpacks and purses. She didn't find it. She goes, "I'm sorry, but there is nothing else I can do." The kid responds, "Now you let us search your things." She lost her sheet. She was like, "How faking dare you? I'm an adult. Blah blah." The kid started screaming back. It was so loud 4 other teachers came to the room to see what was going on. Finally, the principal shows up and breaks it up. Never saw her again. Lol. Not a teacher, but in senior year of high school I had a sub that would literally spend 30+ minutes to get through the instructions at the beginning of the class. He subbed for a bunch of different classes throughout the year, so I had him at least 5 times. It was usually 5 minutes of instruction, but he would spend half the class period talking about his travels and random shit. That would be fine if he let us work on our actual assignments while he was talking, but he didn't. We had to just sit there and listen. The last time I had him, and possibly the last time he subbed at my high school, he started doing his usual routine in my app government/honors econ class. We were supposed to be working on a final research paper and he wouldn't let us work on it. People started to ask for permission to leave to the library and whatnot. He let a few go, but for the rest of us that stayed he kept talking, so more and more of us just started leaving. Pretty sure by the end of class there was less than 10 people in a class of 35. When our regular teacher, one of the most liked and respected teachers at the school, got back and we explained what happened, he didn't even get mad. It was just too out of character for the students in that class to get a talking to from a teacher, let alone just leaving the class while a teacher was talking, substitute or otherwise. Like the top 10 students in the school were in the class and most of the rest of us weren't far behind. We just wanted the time our teacher allotted us to work on our papers. I was a student when this happened, but it forever changed how I go about getting a sub. In the present point, flashback noises. I was in 4th grade. Mrs. Davis was out. Yes. Enter Mr. Clayton. He informed us early on in the day that he was just passing through. Needed to save money to get to Alaska to go crab fishing. He was an interesting guy, and the one day we all got to meet him. Anyways, as the day progressed, a guy we shall just call Steven began to push Mr. Clayton's buttons. This kid laughed like Beavis, brought baggies of road salt to school to eat, and was a general problem on the best days. The sub eventually had enough and threatened to paddle Steven. Mrs. Davis's paddle was no joke. She never used it, but it hung above her desk like some ancient mystical weapon passed from generation to generation. Natty Bumpo has killed deer, and so Mrs. Davis had whatever the fuck that thing was named. It looked unpleasant to this 4th grader. Now Steven isn't dumb. He's actually kinda smart. He immediately replies that subs aren't allowed to paddle anyone. Mr. Clayton doesn't miss a beat and states then he will throw the paddle in his direction. If it hits him, it hits him. A clever distinction, but one that wouldn't hold up. Steven had the first part of his retort leaving his mouth as Mr. Clayton let the paddle go. It had somehow found its way to his hands. It might have been magic there. Regardless, here we all sat, stuck in slow motion, as we watched the flight of this infernal instrument of punishment. End over end it tumbled. The gods weren't in Mr. Clayton's favor that day, let me tell you. You see, this paddle didn't stop at Steven. It went wide left and hit the sweetest, most kind-hearted girl in our class in the face. Hard. She starts crying. Steven is laughing. The rest of us are shocked. Mr. Clayton looked on with a face that said he was more disappointed he didn't hit Steven than he was for hitting the innocent girl. Mr. Clayton had to leave early that day and we never saw him again. Aspen cried until she went home with a red stripe across the face. Steven kept eating road salt. Not a teacher, but I was in app art my junior and senior year. There's 2 different classes you can take. It's different from other art classes. We don't have prescribed assignments where you have to include things like 5 forms of line ECT. We just get to use the supplies the art department has. A huge plus for broke kids in high school to work towards our portfolio, what we submit to College Board on the day of the test. The atmosphere is really collaborative, and we were encouraged to play music and talk to each other throughout the class period to help each other develop our final portfolio to submit to the College Board. We were also allowed to use our phones and computers as much as possible, so we could look up reference images and research the focus for our portfolio. For a straight week of class pretty close to the app test, our teacher was out, and the substitute refused to believe we were allowed to talk at all, which as far as I can remember, is allowed in art classes of all levels. Play music out loud / listen on headphones. Or use our phones / laptops for a search. More than one person in the class was using music as a focus for their portfolio and were unable to play the pieces as they drew, even via headphones. I don't remember my focus, but I was drawing lots of people, in like mid-action poses, and my main goal was to convey movement, and make them look as natural and unfrozen as possible. I couldn't use any of the reference photos I had saved, or look up new ones. The girl who sat across from me was trying to incorporate Hindi calligraphy into her pieces, but as she wasn't fluent she was relying on her relatives to translate, and the internet to double check her script was readable / couldn't be mistaken for another letter in the alphabet. She couldn't speak to the relatives who were helping her translate or look at literal academic sites outlining the basics of the alphabet. We missed so much class time at such a crucial moment doing literally nothing, because this sub was on a power trip, and we couldn't even help each other workshop completed pieces as we weren't allowed to talk. Still makes me mad, haha. Oh. I worked as a sub for a few years and I can absolutely tell the worst thing I had ever done. I was called in last minute to sub for someone for summer school. I showed up late because last minute and was walked to the classroom where I was greeted by the app who had been watching while they waited for me. The app gave me the instructions of they're working on a packet they already have, so I was like, okay, and let them work on their packet for like 4 hours. Most were done before the day was up, and I was like, I don't have anything else to give you. I had been in the teacher's desk basically all of the time. It was a get ahead kind of summer school, and not catching up, so they were well behaved, and really I was just the adult in the room. I looked around the desk for instructions and nothing to be found. Nothing particularly helpful written on the board. It wasn't until the last 20 minutes of the day that I found the very detailed instructions and quiz that they were supposed to be doing. It was on a table on the opposite side of the room near the microwave on a table filled other papers. It was so close to the end of the day, the app hadn't noticed the instructions, and I was never going to be able to do any sort of justice to the work that I just pretended I never saw it and didn't say anything. It's also important to note that I've subbed for this teacher before, and her room is always a mess and there is usually a table on the side with stacks and stacks of future worksheets, and the times I subbed for her my notes specifically said, don't touch anything on the side table, and don't look through my stuff, so I didn't even look at that clusterfuck of a table. Obligatory not a teacher. I was in grade 10 when 9/11 happened. Being as we are in Australia, school went ahead as normal. One of the girls in my class had an aunt and a brother who worked in the Twin Towers. She was waiting all day for news from her mum. As such, she had permission to have her mobile phone in class with her all day. This was of course fine with all teachers until science class. We had a substitute. The poor girl was anxiously checking her phone all through class, gaining increasing attention from the substitute. Eventually the substitute yells at the girl to put her phone away or it will be taken from her. The entire class pipes up to explain why she has her phone out. The substitute yells at us all to be quiet, then tells us she does not care, rules are rules, and instructs the girl to give her the phone. The girl is crying and refuses. Suddenly the phone buzzes and the girl reads the message quickly, saying her mum will be there to pick her up soon. The substitute snatches the phone from her and says no, she's not going anywhere, she's going to detention after class and won't be getting her phone back. We were not impressed. The girl panicked and ran out of class along with a good handful of her friends straight to the principal. Barely 10 minutes later the principal shows up and calls the substitute out of class and away. She didn't come back, nor did the student, and we moved on to our next class. The substitute was not back the next day or ever again. For closure's sake, the aunt had luckily worked from home that day. The brother had been badly hurt but survived. I teach music now in my own classroom. I subbed for about a year during college, so I knew how subbing went, and my expectations for subs were pretty high. This woman comes into my classroom and completely ignores the lesson plan. Completely. As far as I'm aware, she didn't try to follow it for a single second. In the notes she left for me, she says how the students created this great piece called Rainfall. It was such a neat thing to see, she says. Even though nothing was written down, and this class tended to have a short attention span for classwork. So that's pretty sus. What actually happened? Students just started playing the theme from Undertale and stuff from some rapper. I forget who now. The thing they tended to do when they really didn't want to work on anything The sub recognizes none of this and tries to twist their jam into a creative activity, but actively just puts silly adjectives to things kids were already doing. Nothing was written or original in any way. The kids recounted this with both hilarity and astonishment at this poor woman's incompetence. The tone of her notes also told me that she had a very loose attitude about music, one that didn't recognize it as a discipline or class, but viewed it as playtime. I became very skeptical of subs after this. TLDR sub ignores plans left for her and tries to make kids endlessly playing meme music seem deep/productive. I'm a SIWA who works mainly in classrooms with behavioral students, mostly boys, most of which have dual diagnoses with learning/developmental delays and disabilities. Took a half day. Came back in the afternoon to one of my more rowdy/disrespectful, clinically diagnosed boys running to me as he saw me walk in. He was already at the office, telling me he hated my supply and wanted to report her. She was still on duty, so I calmed him down a bit and took him upstairs to class with me. Not knowing who I was, when we walked in together she told me that boys not allowed in my classroom. Remind you, a SIWA support staff, and we still have a teacher, so I don't know where she got off saying that. I told her I was the SIWA who had taken the morning off. She went on a tirade about how disgusting and disrespectful this student was, and how he shouldn't be allowed back to school, in front of the student and all the others. I told her that it's unfortunate there was an issue in my absence, but that he had as much right to be there as any student. This class is literally in place for children who can't function in a normal classroom setting. It's what we were trained for, and what we do at every school. Then she absolutely went off. She told him that she was going to call the school board and have him permanently banned, that she was going to make sure he didn't get an education, and that he'd never hold a job. He'd never make anything of himself. Really disgusting shit. I told her she needed to leave and ejected her as out of my classroom. After talking to the kids and reassuring them that they were loved and cared for at school, I asked the student what happened in my absence. He was straight up with me. I didn't like her, so I called her a stupid bitch. I wouldn't do what she asked me to do, and I ignored and laughed at her, etc. It's important to note that as a child and youth worker within a city, kids, these are the most mild of behaviors for a behavior classroom. It's literally what we are paid to deal with. I couldn't believe she had been on the board for something like 7 years, and getting called a bitch set her off like that. Try getting kicked directly in the front your kneecap so that it hyperextends backwards and having Windex sprayed into your eyes at the same time, honey. And I still love that kid. We filed a complaint with the principal and never saw her again. Obligatory not a teacher. Back in vocational school, one of my instructors, Nick, was having personal difficulties. Unknown to most in the class, his wife was fighting cancer, and for one semester he wasn't around a lot. We loved Nick. Friendly, cordial, casual, smart, helpful, competent. The guy, Roger, he left to teach practical math in his stead. The guy was always keen to brag on his IQ, 175 by some testing standards. I'd join Mensa, but they bore me. To anyone who'd listen, but he couldn't teach a cat to cover up sheet. Complete airhead. He'd come to class 100% unprepared. He'd ask us what we were supposed to be doing today after he'd handed us the homework assignments for the day. Roger handed the sheets out at the start of class, not at the end as Nick did. One day for the laugh, when he asked what problems we were supposed to be working on, I glanced down at the sheet and saw that the first assignment was #11 on page 257 of the textbook. So being a smartass, I called out, "I've been trying to figure out how to work problem number 11 on page 257. To ladies behind he chortled. I totally expected him to pick up on the scheme, laugh it off, and proceed in a different direction, and I expected wrong. Rog was oblivious as he painstakingly laid out exactly how to do #11 on page 257 of the textbook. Once that problem had been slain by Roger's masterful use of the dry erase marker, he asked for another. Without any hesitation, one of the other students suggested we work #17 on page 257. That was #2 on the assigned homework sheet. So on and so forth down the sheet. The whole class cajoled a genius in the room to teach us how to work all the problems, which we copy down line by line with great care and caution. So, if Nick were answering this question, He might answer the dumbers came to class so unprepared and so oblivious. One of my smarter students got him to do the class's homework for them, and he never caught on. I'm just glad Olrog was better at math than he was at teaching, because dude didn't realize how much a schemer like me was counting on him doing it all correctly. This one was last Friday. For context, this is high school point, so I'm home on quarantine, but I'm zooming into class to teach. I notice at the beginning of the day this guy isn't masking. This is required in school. So, I text my principal, because I don't want to call out an adult in front of students. The principal calls him in the hall, and then the sub comes in with his neck gaiter on. I think that's what they're called, so I do my lesson, and set the kids to work time. I'm being projected on the whiteboard, so I shut off my camera, because that's awkward to sit there and work while they can see me larger than life. The sub thinks it's turned off completely. Suddenly, he turns to the class and asks, "Is your teacher always such a spineless prick?" The class looks a bit awkward at him, and then he goes on a rant about me, the principal, and how the school rules won't infringe on his rights. He says this while pulling the neck gaiter down. Too bad for him, Zoom has a record feature. I sent the video to the principal who removed him, and we sent the video to the sub company's managements. They fired him. I got an apology email later that day. It was mostly things were taken out of context and didn't mean what I said. Basically a not real sorry email. He also claimed he had missed his meds that morning, but I figure he shouldn't be subbing if he can even remotely be that way. I once had the worst substitute ever. I appreciate my subs so much that I always leave a soda, chocolate, and change for them if they don't like the selection I have. So I was going to be gone because my son was having surgery. I left detailed instructions. I have a color-coded notebook and I make copies and super easy to follow instructions for the subs. Think step by step with sticky notes. I even simplify it so all the sub has to do is hand out the worksheets. I write the assignment on the board and instruct the kids the day before. This should be the easiest day ever. I returned the next day to the kids begging me never to have that sub again. Apparently, she came in and didn't like the lesson I had planned because she didn't feel it was rigorous enough. We had just tested the day before, and I didn't want them to start a new module without me. So she asked what lesson we just finished and just picked up from there in the wrong module. We were on 3, and she started halfway through 4. Then she yelled at the kids for not knowing anything. When the kids tried saying anything, she wrote their names down for referrals. She then went through my things and ate my special chocolate. It was hidden and not opened and was a gift from another teacher and still had the card attached. The kids told me about the chocolate. They even told her it was my special chocolate and she didn't listen. On the sub notes she left me, it said, "I hope you didn't actually expect me to teach this." Needless to say, I requested that she never sub for me again. Edit. I forgot to mention she saw the tests on my desk that I had finished grading but not put into the gradebook and gave them to the kids and told them to take them home. That was a fiasco trying to find them all in order to get them in the gradebook. This happened in university when my professor left for maternity leave. They had a graduate student / tar temporarily fill the position. Obviously lecture quality downgrades. We are all struggling to learn, and we have just taken an incredibly hard final. It is the last day of class and everyone is walking out of the lecture hall frowning and worried that they won't pass. I head back to my apartment and go out to my balcony to smoke some cannabis and forget about the test when all of a sudden I see the substitute and a female student walking into my apartment complex. This girl lived literally across the hallway and I have met her multiple times. We even studied together for the final. They go up to her apartment. Keep in mind this is 2 hours after the exam. I decide to stay on the balcony out of curiosity. 30 minutes later they both leave her apartment. He has a sheet-eating grin on his face and she is fixing her hair. This scumbag substitute professor was pressuring girls into giving him sexual favors if they wanted to pass the exam. They went into his office after the exam, worried about their grade, and he took advantage. Absolutely disgusting. I ran out of my apartment and caught up to him. Explained to him what I had just seen, and his face turned ghost white. I said I am not giving you a blue job, but I'm getting an A+ in this class too, or I'm heading back to campus with you, and we can walk to the dean's office. He is piss scared and says okay. My grade comes in, and I have an A+. Scumbag. I still reported that horrible human to the dean and emailed my professor. Fuck that guy. Poor girls. Not a teacher, but friends with several that worked at the same school and all had problems with the same substitute. All of these schools are high schools, and this sub is maybe 23. First story. This complete corkwomble let an entire class talk, ask questions and flat out cheat on math quiz that was about half the student's grade. When my friend got back to his class the next day, the teacher in the other room next to his told him what happened, as did the student helper in that class. The student helper also took down the names of the students who didn't talk or cheat during the exam. The students who actually followed the rules got ice cream, while the rest of the class had to retake the test. Second story. Few weeks after the first, he flirted heavily with multiple seniors and a couple juniors. The girls in question were, obviously, very upset and disgusted, and told their teacher what had happened. He'd also let this class run rampant and the regular teacher got noise complaints the next day too. Last story. Sometime after the other two, another school, and I only heard this one secondhand, friend of a friend deal. Sub was letting the kids go wild again. But this time, one of the students informed the teacher this sub was selling drugs to some of the students: weed, cocaine, meth, you name it. He was apparently also high majority of the time he was substituting, which explained a lot of the noise complaints. He couldn't be asked to quiet them down. Needless to say, this horrible substitute was fired, jailed on drug charges and sexual assault charges, and probably a few other things I didn't hear about. The worst part, his father was a gym teacher at one of these high schools and scrutiny was put onto him as well, though he was found to be innocent of his son's bad life choices. I have been a teacher's assistant for 14.5 years for the same district. My first year as a TAR I worked with a first grade teacher. Another teacher in the quad of classrooms was absent one day and this middle-aged guy was subbing. He was a bit greasy and set my radar off, just didn't sit right with me. One time during the day he was picking the class up from lunch and had stopped outside the cafeteria, where the bathrooms were to allow students to use the facilities. I was also there with my class. I was kind of keeping my eye on him. I happened to notice that there was a moisture stain on the front of his pants. I mentioned in passing that I knew it could be difficult to find time to get to the bathroom, though he had just had 30 minutes for his lunch, and if he wanted I could watch the class while he went to use the men's room. He said he was fine, the wet patch growing larger. I didn't push the issue, but planned to mention this when I got back to class. When I got back to the room with the class, the teacher was still out, so I settled the class into their next activity and waited. When the teacher returned, she sent me into the workroom for something. This room had doors to each of the first grade classrooms in the quad and so I peeked into the other class and saw him sitting at the teacher's desk with 4 or 5 little girls around him, one on his lap. I quickly went back to my classroom and told the teacher what I had seen and about the wet spot on his pants I had witnessed earlier. She went into the workroom to check and came back to call the principal. He was gone before the end of the day and the students dispersed between the other 3 classrooms for the remainder of the day. I later learned that when the principal mentioned the wet spot on his pants, he said he had spilled tea, but she said she had smelled urine. She just told him to go home. I expect she called and warned other schools about him as well. I never saw him at our school again. Edit for clarification. 8. Not a teacher, but here are a few things that happened through my years of primary school. Year 1. For the end of the year we watched Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. My friends and I then go out to lunch and reenact the movie. We ran around the playground finding golden tickets, one of them being a leaf off a tree. All the leaves were dead cause it was fall. A substitute we had came up to me and told me that I was destroying school property. She paid no attention to my friends and took me away to sit on the bench and watch everyone else play as my punishment. Year 2, we had this reward system where we would get golden time at the end of Friday just so we could relax before the weekend. Every time you did something bad during the week, you would get time taken away from your golden time. One Friday I came back from lunch early, and about 5 minutes before class starts, I ask my substitute teacher if I can use the bathroom. I run down, and as I'm coming back I hear the bell ring, so I slowly jog back. As I come back into the classroom, my teacher looks at me and asks me where I was. I explain that I just went to the bathroom, and she tells me that I should have gone at lunch. When I explained that she literally told me I could go, she told me off for talking back and said that I lost all my golden time, 50 minutes. I then had to sit there doing lines as the other kids played around me. Year 3, we had a sub for a few weeks, and one day we were completing some math work. She knew my friend and I well enough to know that we were top of class and would usually finish quickly then talk with each other. She gave us our math sheets and told us that we could work in partners. My friend and I got together and we got stuck on one of the questions. I figured it out, and as I was explaining it to him, our substitute teacher came to us and told us that we were being off topic and distracting the class. She made us stay in during our lunch time to write 100 lines of "I will learn to stay on task" during class. I'm hella late, so don't know if this will get seen, but I had to share. On mobile also in Australia. Year 9 science, our teacher gets hospitalized due to pneumonia or something similar. It was fairly serious. Enter Mr. Douche. Mr. D starts the class by telling us that if our teacher was a man she wouldn't have called in sick for a cold. Dumbers move number 1. This turns into a fairly heated argument between myself and Mr. D about him being a sexist pose and that spreading medical misinformation was a dick move. This argument goes for roughly half the class, about half an hour of a 1-hour class, other students suing and arguing over points they agree with, taking bets on if the teacher's going to send me out. When all settled down, teacher is still being a wanker, but whatever, not my problem. Until he jumps on his racist bullshit, basic 2007 crap, egg all Muslims are terrorists etc. Decides to really drive his point home. He'd explain how towelheads murder good Christians by slaughtering them like pigs. Now, I'm not religious, and I enjoy a bit or gore in my life, but my best friend and her sister beside me are going pale. Mr. D is causing them a bit of trauma. I jump in like, dude, you've said enough, move on. You're upsetting students and he's all you girls need to toughen up, and decides to play a video of terrorists beheading 2 men. Well, I about lost my sheet. I'm flipping chairs and telling other students to leave the class while walking up to turn off the damn projector and ready to size up to Mr. D. Then the class ends and I'm like, fuck this sheet, I'm out and just leave. Next period the school principal pulls me out of class and I'm like, welp, I'm faked. My word against the teacher. Goodbye school, hello suspension. Turns out no, I'm not faked. Because a bunch of the boys from science class went on to tell their next class that I almost fought a teacher. Their teacher overhears and asks for the story. The whole damn thing gets documented. Every other student in the class had been interviewed prior to the principal talking to me. So principal is like, hey, you okay? I hear last period was crazy. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm goddamn emotionally traumatized by that sheet. Mr. D wasn't allowed to teach me ever again. Got fired next year for trying to fight a student. Since this is a day later, probably no one will read this, but I used to work in a huge, low-income school. Kids with ankle bracelets, restraining orders against each other, the works. I spent the first month or so of school training all the students on class procedures, how we start our day, what we do the first 5 minutes, how we turn in homework. Same routine every day, drill on how the class works. I taught the students how to write my daily objective on the board for me, how to write the daily warm-up. I'd let the students take my teacher's key and pretend to be the teacher, giving the class the answers to the warm-up, etc. I was out sick, called the principal, and put in for a sub. Then I call around noon from the principal saying the sub did a no-show after accepting the job, but no one realized the sub didn't show up, and my first 4 classes were totally unattended by an adult. I was freaking out, thinking somehow I'd be the one in trouble. But then the principal went on to explain that no one noticed the sub wasn't there because my students set up my classroom projector themselves, put our class warm up on the board called the Do Now. Everyone got out their notebooks and completed the warm-up. One student grabbed my teacher's key and walked around correcting everyone's answers, just like I did every morning. Then they all turned in the homework by passing it left to one student, who gathered it all and paper-clipped it all and put it on the right grading folder on my desk. Then they quietly followed the directions for the assignment I'd left on the board. And this was repeated with a new group of students period 2, and period 3, and period 4, with no teacher or adult in the room. The principal had even walked by a few times to check on the sub, but saw the students working quietly and doing what they were supposed to do, so assumed a sub was sitting in the back corner, out of sight of the door. Finally, my fourth period decided one of them should go tell the office there was no sub. The front office was shocked that there was no adult there for the first 3 periods, but that everyone had done their work anyway. No yelling or screaming, or turning off lights. Kids are obsessed with turning off lights in school. It's a thing. No one got impregnated. There were no fires. It was a miracle. So those kids were the real MVPs, 8th grade badass, getting their education on with or without a teacher. Ha. Obligatory, not a teacher, but I was in app physics in high school, one of 4 11th graders in the class. The rest were seniors. Our teacher was pregnant and knew she'd likely give birth before the app test and was preparing for that few week period before. But she went into labor over a month early. In our school there happened to be 2 people certified to teach this class, and the other teacher had a partially overlapping class. The class was 1 period every other day and 2 periods on the alternating day. She tried to rearrange her schedule to take it. There were more general physics teachers, but no other app certified teachers, but wasn't allowed. She'd teach the class during the alternating second period every single day. I'm sure she was not compensated for this knowing my school point, but anyway, they still needed to find someone for this other period, and they had to be qualified to teach app physics. The guy they found was somehow both overly critical and completely disengaged. He'd subbed for us before the teacher had her baby and made a joke about taking her on a long ride on his motorcycle to hurry the baby along. It was reported. They reportedly tried to find another sub and couldn't. So we had this guy. He was sexist, almost always ignoring the girls in the class. He barely taught us anything that would be on the app test, and this was in the month and a half leading up to an app test. Eventually the class gave up. There were multiple days all the 12th graders just went home because they had cars, and it was the last period of the day. This didn't happen when the other teacher came in to teach us. He didn't notice or care that the remaining 4 students were calling their parents to let them go home. He rambled on about things only tangentially related to physics and didn't care that no one was listening. Students would often get up and wander out. He never noticed. Once my friend and I ended up in the back prep room, and one of the teachers there implied the sub was often drunk. One day, someone was openly going through old boxes in a corner and found a frisbee. One by one about 10 of us got up and walked out to a courtyard next to the physics wing where we played frisbee until someone accidentally threw it through the window of an open classroom, and we all ran back in time for security to run past the open classroom door, and everyone involved couldn't stop laughing. The sub said, "Wow, we are jiggly today," and kept rambling. We mostly failed the app test. This will be buried, but oh well. Maybe someone will read it and get a kick out of my short-lived teaching career that was still somehow not short enough to include a substitute teacher losing one of my kids and not giving a shit about it. I taught elementary school special education for 2 whole months when I was 22, before I had what you could basically call a nervous breakdown and just quit everything. Anyway, I had 10 children ranging in grades from 1st to 5th with various moderate severe disabilities and needs, and because of the program I was in, I was going to school full time myself to get my master's. It's a lot. I drank when I wasn't teaching or doing schoolwork. This comes into play later anyway. I had a day off for some reason. Who knows, probably had an anxiety attack on the way to work. That was happening more and more, and the next day I was with my class. My teacher's aides told me the one girl in my class managed to just walk away from the class after lunch and go to the playground on her own. She had intellectual disabilities and would have walked off with anybody, and we were in one of the worst neighborhoods in the city. When someone realized she was missing an hour later, he freaked out and wouldn't let the aide call security. to start looking for her. When the aide left the classroom to start looking for her, she went to the security office and they all started looking and found her having a good time on the playground alone. Later on, after I quit teaching, I was at a hipster bar with some friends and a guy with a haircut like a bad toupee made of old badger starts talking to me about teaching and how he failed at it too because he couldn't work with tarts, and I was immediately irritated. I asked him to elaborate, because I'm an instigator if nothing else, and he talked about a stupid kid running off when he subbed. I asked about what school and when it was, and, yep, it was my class. Ignorant and sad. I was the student in this particular case, but I'll never forget both how pissed the teacher was and how bad the outcome of this particular sub-point. The class was high school health class, and we were on the mental health unit. It was so simple, really, all she had to do was display the notes for us to write them down. The sub was apparently also certified to teach health, but she never learned the mental health stuff or something, so she clearly didn't know what she was doing and actually tried teaching this unit along with giving us the notes. We talked about suicide and was extremely light-hearted and cavalier about it. She went on to tell us, in a very bright and bubbly tone I might add, that she once taught at a school where she was annoyed that they didn't have coat hangers in the bathroom stalls for her to hang her purse on, and they had told her that they got rid of them after a student at that school hung himself on one of those hooks. The class just collectively stared in awkward silence. There was an uncomfortable shift in the room as we all quickly jotted the notes down while trying to forget what she just told us. One of the students silently cried in the back of the classroom because she had struggled with suicidal thoughts in the past point. When the teacher came back the next day, he was absolutely appalled at what had happened and couldn't believe she had taken it so lightly. Thankfully, he was able to persuade any student that was negatively impacted by it to talk to a counselor, but still faking yikes dude. I'm not a teacher, but this was back in 7th grade. It was an orchestra class. I was a part of string section 1 as a violinist. To any of you who does not know, being a part of string section 1 says nothing about your skills. String sections are used for different harmonies to make the music sound fuller. Anyway, our orchestra teacher was a really cool dude. Unfortunately, in the first half of the year, he was diagnosed with cancer and had to be hospitalized. The first substitute teacher we had was awful. Thank God she stayed the worst, because she knew nothing about music or how an orchestra works. Anytime we were learning a new song, we would never reach the end because she always had us start over whenever someone made a mistake. Had to give her credit though, she had a good ear for fuck ups. We even discarded a song because we could never reach the end because she felt we couldn't play it. Then came the concert. When I got to class to get my stuff, she stopped me and the rest of my section from going on stage because she thought section 1 meant first year. She told us we were unexperienced. I told her I've been playing violin for 2 years and that is not how a section works. Because I directly argued with her, she offered to let me go on stage, emphasizing myself because the rest of my section was not allowed. I refused and sat with the crowd to listen to the train wreck. It was awful. A week after, a brave soul stood up in the middle of class and proceeded to argue with the teacher. It all ended when the student called her a bitch out loud. The class, myself included, applauded her. The student. A week later, we did not see the substitute teacher again. Nobody, and I mean nobody, cared. Point edit. Grammar fixes. I was using voice dictation while writing this out. For the most part my substitutes have been very good. Point however, before I was a teacher, I worked as an aide in a middle school special education class. This was not a class for students with severe disabilities, just those who needed a little extra help. These students were near grade level. One day the teacher was out, so I would be working with a sub instead. I showed the sub where the teacher's sub plans were. She immediately disregarded them and said she brought her own plans. She said she was going to teach shapes. Keep in mind this is a near grade level middle school classroom with students who are 11, 12, 13 years old. This sub heard special ed and assumed she was walking into a class full of students with severe disabilities. So she draws a square, asks what it is. The students are like, that's a square. She draws a pentagon. Same question. They answer. She draws an octagon and asks and they say octagon and she says no, that's a hexagon. I'm like, lady, that has 8 sides. That's an octagon and she's like, oh, and draws a triangle on the board. Just a regular equilateral triangle. She asks what it is, and the students, who are by this point a combination of bored and amused at this sub, answer triangle. Then she goes, nope, it's a cone. She hadn't drawn one side curved like a circle, no dotted lines to represent depth, nothing. Just a regular old 3-sided figure, every side roughly the same length. And she had the audacity to say it was not a triangle, but a 3-dimensional cone. I just stood there with my mouth open. Quick little bonus story. When I was in middle school as a student, we once turned off the lights and convinced the sub that the power went out. There were no windows to the outside, so it was pretty dark. I'm old enough that there wouldn't be projectors or things that would make it obvious there was still power. She either believed it or played along. She never checked that the lights were still on in the hallway or really did anything to verify. We just hung out in the dark for the rest of class before the power miraculously came back on right at the end of that class. I'm a teacher, and the truth is that you largely don't know what happens when substitutes. They usually write you a note, but OBV they are not going to say, it really went off the rails when. Honestly, a lot of the time a sub comes in, and it's just study hall. The sub often doesn't know how to teach the curriculum, even though they might theoretically be qualified to, and anyway they don't know how I'm going to teach it, what we are leading into, etc. That said, on my side as a student, I once had a substitute teacher come in for a science class. He told us that he'd been the chief weapons officer on a US Navy nuclear submarine. We were slightly skeptical about this. It was a pretty bold claim, so we asked him some questions. He started by singing us some Navy songs. I still don't know if any of them were legit, and he said that he had one of the keys to launch the nuclear weapons. We asked him if he would have launched the missiles if the orders had come through, and he said he had been eager to do it. He told us that the red threat was the greatest moral threat that the world had ever seen, and that commies wanted to do nothing more than to destroy capitalism, which had done more to uplift people from barbarism than any other force in human history, and that communists wanted every man, woman, and child to live in abject poverty. He used the term eating dirt, if I recall correctly, and how seeing the entire world cast into eternal poverty was the one and only goal of the communists. I don't remember too much about the details, but I think he said he favored a nuclear first strike against the commies, but that the decision was above his pay grade. It was kind of an off the rails day. Didn't follow the seizure protocol when one of my students went into a prolonged absence seizure. Her seizure protocol was on the desk, on the wall, and in a binder that I made, that the SIR was supposed to have with her at all times. The little girl, with numerous comorbid disabilities, but mainly orthopedic impairment, was staring off into space and shacking, rapidly, for 15 minutes before an ambulance was finally called. That's not even the only time this has happened. It happened with another one of my students who was with her SIR, who happened to be the school nurse. This time on the playground. I was on a separate playground at the time, with my younger kids. The child had Dravet syndrome, and went into a seizure, while the nurse was working with her. The nurse didn't follow the safety plan, and forgot to give the girl her life-saving shot. The nurse wouldn't let anyone get near the child, and was not holding the girl in the correct safety position. The child stopped breathing for what seemed like was 2 minutes. Everyone was just hovering over the nurse. The problem was the nurse got too connected to the child and just wasn't really trained. I'm standing there thinking, fuck no, is one of my kids going to die? I moved her over to her correct side and yelled her name into her face, and slowly she opened her eyes. The nurse didn't have the safety plan out, and the seizure shot was still in her fanny pack. SMH. Suck. They are no replacement for an actual teacher. Districts are top heavy and admins want to replace teachers with aides to save money, more money for them, and it really could and does cost children's lives. Think about it. I have a bachelor's degree, all those hoops, tests, and struggles, and a graduate's degree, all those hoops, tests, and struggles, and admins think that an aide, most hired with no college and no experience, is going to replace a teacher. This is the problem with education. It's failure of admins. When I was still in the classroom, I was also the head of the science department at my school. Part of my duties included checking in on substitutes during my planning periods and at the start of the school day to ensure things were going smoothly. I've experienced a few different substitutes who literally fell asleep. The crappy ones also often had a hard time following even pretty basic sub plans, but the worst? His name is Mr. H, and he strongly resembles Mr. Fredrickson, the old man from the Disney movie Up. He didn't have a cane with tennis balls on it, but he is hard of hearing and talks very loudly. He was also a frequent flyer in my old building. One day, our oceanography teacher was out at a conference, and Mr. H took the job. The teacher had assigned her students an article to read, and they had a writing prompt to complete afterwards. The article covered how climate change affects the oceans, and how those changes to the ocean can further impact weather and climate. All Mr. H really needed to do that day was take attendance, go through the directions with the students, and collect their work before they left. It should have been an easy peasy day for all. As luck would have it, Mr. H does not believe in climate change. He was appalled that a public school would dare teach liberal conspiracies to kids. He decided that he was going to teach the kids the truth. When I walked in, he was up front lecturing, loudly, and a YouTube video of Bill O'Reilly's thoughts on climate change was paused on the smartboard. The students looked pissed and appeared to be in the process of revolting. When Mr. H saw me, he thought he was tattling on the teacher by letting me know that she had dared to teach kids about climate change. He also wanted me to help him write up one of the kids who had been arguing with him. That kid just so happened to be a former student of mine from the previous year. It was not the only day that I had to ask the person who was supposed to be the adult on the room to please step into the hall with me so I could give them a talking to, but it was the worst. Substitute teaching is not the easiest job, and they do not get paid very well, so the sub pool is pretty shallow. In my state, there is also a relatively low bar of entry to be a substitute. That combination turns up some strange individuals from time to time. Good substitute teachers are worth their weight in gold. The bad ones tend to be really bad. There was one time when I doing classroom observation hours for a college course in a 3rd grade room. There were 2 other students who were using the same class for observations. It's an elementary school attached to the college campus, pretty much located there for this purpose, and there would frequently be 2 of us there at the same time, and rarely all 3 of us. One day we arrived to find a substitute due to the teacher being out due to illness. She couldn't sign off the hours, but the other college student and I decided to stay for our allotted time and help out. Since we had been going to the room long enough to be familiar with their routines, this substitute was horrible. Every bit the stuck in her ways, old hag trope. There was a standing desk the proper teacher had made out of one of her old bookshelves to allow particularly energetic feeling students the ability to stand for a bit, and greatly helped with attention spans and reduction of interruptions. Sub wouldn't let any students use the standing desk, not only upsetting the students, but leading to more distractions. They all had to do the activities her way despite it being completely different from the normal routine, a very important class management tool with young students, since it makes things easier on everyone. She outright yelled at a student for interrupting to ask if he could go to the bathroom, simply because when he raised his hand to ask a question it wasn't about the task she was describing. When you gotta go, lady. I'll let him go against her wishes, all the way to the bathroom directly across the hallway. Took 2 minutes. Pretty much the rest of my hour and a half there that day was spent consoling upset children and them begging us not to leave. I would have stayed, but unfortunately I still had classes that day to go to. We popped in the next day to give a scathing review of the substitute. As for when I was in 5th grade, we had a substitute for 2 weeks, while our teacher was out for undisclosed reasons. One of my classmates puked during a test, and onto his test. What did the substitute do? He hung it up to dry, and made the kid complete the puked on copy of the test. He was otherwise extremely antagonistic too, to the point he made our actual teacher look nice, which she very much wasn't, and this is coming from someone who was by no means a problem student. I'm not a teacher, but I vividly remember what a substitute did that got her not even talked to, but praised by much of the PTA. which was really gross. I was in a very diverse part of Orange County. My 3rd grade class had pretty much the epitome of melting pot. Mexicans, Caucasians, Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese, and a Russian kid. Almost all of them had names that matched their ethnicities, which made roll call a very trying time. Most substitutes managed. But not Miss Rich, a very old British woman who everyone detested. We went to the principal, vice principal, and our parents, but since we were kids it was always you don't have to like substitutes, they aren't there for long. Well, one day, my 3rd grade teacher threw out her hip and was gone for actual weeks. I want to say it was like 5 or 6 weeks, an actual like dislocated hip on a septuagenarian. And we were assigned Miss Rich for the entire time. She decided that, since we were in America, every child had to pick an American name. Now, she didn't say it was for acclimating, she didn't even say it's easier to pronounce or remember for her. She said, quote, "Foreign names in this country just sound disgusting to the ear, don't they?" And pretty much everyone started a commotion, and mind you, we were kids in the early 90s. Since we objected, she just started assigning names. Diana Perez became Diane Peters. Trung Chung became Tim Chadwell. Dmitry something Russian I can't spell became David Smith. She started failing assignments and tests without the given names. Because these students aren't in my class, my classroom is full of Americans. When we went to adults, our parents, directly, were furious. The PTA was on her side because we are in America. Having American names would be a lot better for everyone involved. And if it makes it easier on her, what difference does it make? And a few failed tests to make sure the kids learn the lesson isn't the end of the world. When our teacher came back, she listened to us all scream and complain, then made us write essays about what happened. When the stories lined up, she just gave us all B's on everything while she was gone. Miss Rich still worked there when I volunteered in high school and somehow remembered me, even though I was a generic fat white dude. She asked me if I was shaping up to be anything or if she was wrong. Well, the joke's on her, because 20 years later I'm still nothing, so ha. This happened in university when my professor left for maternity leave. They had a graduate student /star temporarily fill the position. Obviously lecture quality downgrades. We are all struggling to learn, and we have just taken an incredibly hard final. It is the last day of class and everyone is walking out of the lecture hall frowning and worried that they won't pass. I head back to my apartment and go out to my balcony to smoke some cannabis and forget about the test when all of a sudden I see the substitute and a female student walking into my apartment complex. This girl lived literally across the hallway and I have met her multiple times. We even studied together for the final. They go up to her apartment. Keep in mind this is 2 hours after the exam. I decide to stay on the balcony out of curiosity. 30 minutes later they both leave her apartment. He has a sheet-eating grin on his face, and she is fixing her hair. This scumbag substitute professor was pressuring girls into giving him sexual favors if they wanted to pass the exam. They went into his office after the exam, worried about their grade, and he took advantage. Absolutely disgusting. I ran out of my apartment and caught up to him. Explained to him what I had just seen, and his face turned ghost white. I said I am not giving you a blue job, but I'm getting an A+ in this class too, or I'm heading back to campus with you, and we can walk to the dean's office. He is piss scared, and says okay. My grade comes in, and I have an A+. Scumbag. I still reported that horrible human to the dean and emailed my professor. Fuck that guy. Poor girls. I'm in education now, but this is a story of a substitute teacher I had when I was a student. Now I was poor as a kid and moved around, on average, more than once a year. I was always the new kid with a bad family and I never had a friend until about high school. This story is about a kid even worse off than I was. Let's call him Harry. He was always dirty, had holes in his shoes, obvious bruises, etc. Everyone left him alone because just wanted to be alone and would ignore people outright. Now, obviously he needed help, but rumor has it that his teachers had tried before, but it was a poor state, a poor county, and no one gave a shit because the foster care system was fully overloaded already. So teachers would generally just leave him alone. hoping he'd reach out one day. One fateful day, a substitute teacher came in and was a total monster. She hit all the highlights: no bathroom, no fidgeting, no sass, yelled indiscriminately, was both sexist and racist, and made up stupid rules to intimidate the 10-year-old she was given temporary power over. She was hands down awful. Some of my former classmates may still have nightmares about her. If these things weren't bad enough, she then started to make fun of Harry for his appearance and smell. He got up and left the classroom without a word. We learned the day after that the substitute had found Harry's parents' number and called them. I don't know what she said, but Harry's dad had beaten him so badly that he had brain damage. Our normal teacher came back the next day. She said the substitute had been fired and that she was sorry for what had happened. Apparently, the other teachers had told the substitute not to call Harry's parents, but she did so anyways, and it was all the school could talk about for days. I never saw Harry again. Obligatory, not an actual teacher. I'm temporarily a student supervisor. I'm usually a stay-at-home mom and very part-time school nurse, one day or less per week, and purely to help the school out, but desperate times. It's a made-up position for COVID. I have a class of 10 7th and 8th grade kids that come from broken homes of one sort or another that I supervise while they are on socially distanced Zoom classes. Think the kids who don't have internet access at home, live in a motel, are homeless etc. I'm legally required to take a break in the middle of my day. The lady who breaks me is a substitute Spanish teacher. She is the absolute opposite of me. When the principal pitched the job to me, I was told I would be adult support for these kids. My main goal is to form a relationship with them and provide a stable environment 5 days a week. This I can do. This I'm good at. Enter super strict disciplinarian style, very loud and determined, experienced / real teacher to break me, and it's honestly disastrous. She is constantly undermining me and reminding me that I'll get there. She's done quite a few things that I would say are less than desirable, but the worst thing we've faced is her trying to remove the 5 to 10 minutes of outdoor time I set up for my kids between classes. She believes it's a distraction and they should continue to work on other class projects. I know it's a necessary time to release energy and refocus for our next class. Kids are not meant to spend unbroken hours on end in front of a screen, and when we have that time, the difference in focus is remarkable. I had to threaten quitting to keep our outdoor time, but it's all good now, and I'm finding myself relieved for my mandatory break by different employees more often than not, which is definitely for the best. Kind of a substitute teacherception. I was hired as a long-term sub for a 7th grade teacher at a private Catholic school while she was undergoing chemotherapy and other cancer treatments. Great year, great faculty, loved the kids I had. As you can surmise, Catholic school, so school uniforms. Boys wore white or blue polos with khaki or blue pants. Girls could do the same, but most opted for skirts. For those with no experience in uniform dress codes, usually there are a few rules like skirt length, lower than the fingertips, or below the knee, tucked in shirts, conservative jewelry, you get the picture. Took 2 days off in April for a funeral. I knew the sub who was going to take my class, gave him my lesson plans. Quick tips: Tom is the class clown, make sure Abby and Beth don't sit near each other, etc. I didn't expect him to fully adhere to the lesson plans, so I prepped for that. I get back on a Thursday, I ask the kids how it went, and asked about major points, and if they went over them. Instead of hearing about their academics, I hear one of the female students had their shirt tucked in by the sub. He tucked her shirt in, like, with his hands. Immediately went to the principal and the Monsignor, educational and religious heads of the school, and the sub was arrested. Don't know the outcome of his actions, but I can imagine. TLDR, sub sexually assaulted one of my students. Student here, and this is a long 1-point backstory. Australian state school teachers are one of the highest paid teachers, have high diversity, and are often extremely passionate in their roles. This is because the government taxes people to pay for their teachers' jobs, and why richer people will push their for private school, which don't tax, which also have underpaid upper class staff, but be extremely biased towards students. I have also gotten into trouble with people of authority before, mainly when people think it's perfect it is acceptable to touch my stuff, or be rude/stern, just because they're the teacher. This is relevant later. My English teacher in grade 11, 12 was awesome, like top tier teacher. He was not only smart about English, but film and media too, making all his assignments movie/book based. Plus he was the head English teacher, so we always fully prepared for class quizzes and exam. In short, I freaking loved this dude. The story: one day, his puppy got sick, and he took the day, his only day off with him as my teacher, I might add, to take her to the vet. And we got a substitute shudder. This piece of work was rude. They didn't call the roll, didn't tell us that what we were supposed to do, and eat in middle of class while chatting on the phone. They was gross. The worst part was we were supposed to finish our assignment this week, and I had scheduled to meet up in class with my awesome teacher today. I was freaking out. But as it seemed all lost, I got a notification on my phone, opened my laptop, so I wouldn't get in trouble, and my awesome teacher, no, I will not stop saying awesome, had emailed me during class to ask questions about my assignment. This is where it got worse. As I was writing up my reply, the substitute closed my laptop, turning it off, and gave me an angry look. Sub. You should studying. Everyone turned around and looked at us. I should clarify here that there is no reason to not use your laptop in school unless it was inappropriate. This wasn't. This was normal for students. Me, being an idiot, you should be teaching. Turns my laptop back on. Sub. Fine. Then. Takes laptop. You can have this back once I'm finished. Proceeds to teach something completely different to what we were learning. End of the class. I sit behind, secretly hiding my phone to text the reply to my teacher when the sub finally lets us out after the bell, because apparently everyone needed to suffer, then called me up to the front. Sub. Being online to chat with people in class is unacceptable, regardless of who it is. If you weren't at this cheap school, you would get a good lesson in respect for your teachers. Come back later when school's finished. Proceeds to lock my laptop in desk while knocking over awesome teachers' things and not picking them up. One day without technology in your life will get that mush out of your brain and learn something for once. I didn't say anything after that. I couldn't. I had to wait until the end of the day for my laptop, my own laptop, that I paid for, to be given back to me. I had already gotten in trouble before, and I was just done with this sub. But some of my classmates, who had also scheduled time to talk to the awesome teacher, had emailed him what happened, and even took photos of the meeting in class, using their phone, and taking my property without good reason. They were transferred somewhere for their abuse of power, and I haven't had any more bad teachers since. Oh man, I wish I caught this when it was fresh. Obligatory, not a teacher, but one time our P.E coach had some week-long conference to go to, and so we got a sub. His instructions were specifically just let them play dodgeball till the bell rings. You won't have to do anything. Instead this dude decides he's gonna have us run until everyone in the class has puked at least once. No fucking idea why. So anyway, the most fit, best runner guy in the class was a black guy we'll just call DJ. He was barely breathing different than normal by the time the first guy literally passed out. He stopped to check on the passed out guy, and the sub, I shit you not, said, "Did I say you could stop running an ash hash hash ah." DJ, not known for his cool-headedness, was immediately in his face yelling at him for saying that. Sub doubled down on his dumbassery and said it again, and grabbed DJ by the throat and proceeded to try and choke him against the bleachers. DJ was also a state level wrestler, so that also quickly went wrong for roll backward sub there. The principal of course only showed up as DJ was on top of the sub, restraining him and yanked him off. Of course only the sub got to give his version of the story, so the principal immediately suspended DJ and had the cops come to take him home. Every single one of us skipped our next classes to line up in front of the principal's office to demand he listen to all of our stories. DJ was back the next day, never saw that sub again. This will probably get lost, but I left to go to a meeting for probably an hour. I come back, and about one half my class runs up to me and tells me they need to talk to me. My class had 32 kids, so this was a significant amount of kids. The class clown was sitting dejectedly in his seat, and one of my students with special needs was crying and angrily writing "I hate school" in his notebook. To say something was wrong was an understatement, and I had no idea what I had walked into. As the sub left my room, he said it went pretty good. Most of the kids were fine and left. What I pieced together from several kids was basically he told my class clown, who, to be fair, was an extremely difficult child whose parents I talked to daily about his terrible behavior, to get his faking legs off her chair because he was bothering the student next to him. He told my student with special needs that he should be locked in a closet. What the sub didn't know was that another sub had literally locked this student in a closet when he was younger. This student was one of my favorites, and it killed me to see his already broken vision of school even more destroyed, but I did what I could to repair all the damage done. I went to my principal after school, and he was never allowed to sub in our school again, because this was not the first instance of wrongdoing that day. Another sub threw a beach fit and went crazy at 10 AM in the morning. Then when my admin tried to intervene, the sub screamed at her and told her to try and get her faking fired. She basically told my principal that she didn't faking know her name and left at 10:30 AM for a full day sub job after slamming down her bag and storming out of my classroom. Needless to say, it was a shit show of a district. I loved my students, but just wow. Just keep my kids from killing each other and have them do some work, and I'm a happy teacher. These types of experiences make me never want to take a sick day. Substitute teacher here. I'm going to add my personal horror story. I once had a 3-day assignment for a Spanish class at a high school I'd been to many times before. On the first day, a senior boy in the 4th period class asked me a very strange question. I have tattoos all over my body, including my arms. This student asked me about a specific tattoo I have, but is on my upper torso. Normally this shouldn't be visible, but I thought maybe it was showing through my shirt. Forgot an undershirt this day, or maybe my collar had dropped down and revealed it for a second. Continued the lesson, forgot about the incident completely, moved on with my day, until 6th period after lunch. In the middle of class, the school safety resource officer walks in and asks me to come with him and for me to bring my stuff. I was very confused. As it turns out, the student from earlier had googled me. When I was 18, I was arrested for a minor crime, found not guilty, no criminal record, yada yada, and the student found a 8-year-old police article with my teenage mugshot wearing a tank top revealing several of my chest tattoos. The word got around the school very quickly and eventually got to the principal, who called me in, sat me down, and turned her computer monitor to face me showing me this very article. She asked me how I got this job with a criminal record. I don't have a criminal record. Asked me about the incident from last September. It happened in September of 2012. She failed to verify the date and had me escorted off of school property because I couldn't be trusted around children. When I got in my car, I cried in the parking lot, called my mom, and really just kind of broke down. I had to have several meetings with the district's hours, which ended in me not being able to return to that school, but otherwise being welcomed in my district. Education is my chosen career field, and that incident very nearly jeopardized that. I have contacted the local paper, both before and after this, to remove the article, but haven't gotten anywhere with it. I'm not a teacher, but I went to public school in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Ever heard of it? Maybe once or twice when discussing the Civil War. Lol. My point, very small town, understaffed schools, poor education system, yada yada. There's one specific sub, who I will gladly name, known as Write 'em Up Gaines. Mr. Write 'em Up Gaines took pride in his substitute teaching record, which was most write-ups for any substitute in the state. Write up weird disciplinary notes that usually ended in suspension. He was popular among teachers because they believed he would keep students in line. I had him a few times, but no real issues personally, until he substituted my 11th grade chemistry class. Mr. Gaines tried to explain about valence electrons, but continuously called them valence electricians. At first I thought he was joking, and a few of us laughed. He then started shouting and asking what the problem was and who needed to be escorted out by security. Our class president raised her hand and stated, "Mr. Gaines, we thought they were pronounced valence electrons. We weren't talking amongst ourselves." He proceeded to go batshit. He called our class president a N-word, stated he was allowed to do so because he was black and alive in the 60s, and proceeded to write her up. Needless to say, our CP, who was as sweet as sugar and as kind as the day is long, burst into tears and went to the principal's office explaining everything. They threw out her write-up, but get this, write him up, Gaines is still substitute teaching. Gotta love the South. Not a teacher, but a student, and I have a few stories. In first grade, I had a substitute teacher who looked, I kid you not, exactly like the old hag from Snow White, 1937, but with glasses. I still remember her name, Mrs. Giesel. She terrified everyone, and she was way too impatient to be subbing a first grade class. My mom was a room parent volunteer in the morning in class that day, and she got to witness this old hag take over the class. It was in the fall, so we were doing some activity where we cut out pictures of parts of a pumpkin and glued them together. She explained the activity totally wrong and told us to glue the entire paper before cutting out the pieces, when we were actually supposed to cut out the pieces first, then individually glue them together. She saw me doing it the way she said and humiliated me in front of the entire class by barking at me, "What are you doing? Cut it first." Turns out the entire class was making this mistake, and then my mom had to awkwardly get up in front of the room to explain the class how to do the activity for the teacher. As mom left for the day, all the class looked at her desperately to please stay because this sub is so grouchy and scary. The best was at the end of the day when a kid stood up to stretch and she screamed at him through gritted teeth to sit down, and then she went on a rant on how we are the worst behaved class she's ever taught. The next year in second grade, we were learning about Dr. Seuss and how his real name was Theodore Seuss Giesel, and me and my friends were all saying that was the last name of that scary old lady we had as a sub last year. In second grade, my teacher had to go to a meeting, so we had a sub. This woman comes in and she does not look well put together, and she has messy hair and smeared makeup and lipstick all over her face. She then just up and left in the middle of class, and we got a new sub who said when she walked in, "I'm a very mean teacher, so you'd better shut up, be on your best behavior." Everyone was silent and no one would cooperate with her because she terrified everyone. She later screamed at the class to cooperate with her and said, "See, I told you I was a mean teacher." In third grade, we had this grouchy 70-year-old woman who kept rolling her eyes and muttering stuff under her breath. She read us Walter the Fatchting Dog and got mad at us, freaking third graders, for laughing. She then gave out a sheet of book comprehension questions, but they were for an entirely different book. When this was pointed out to her, she got so angry and yelled, "Guys, I know it's the wrong worksheet, but just make your best guess on the questions, because sometimes in life you don't know what to do, so you just gotta make your best guess on what to do." Probably not the best life advice, and jokes on her. I had already read the book that the worksheet was for, so I didn't have to guess. My mom was a room parent for my sister's second grade class, and they had a sub that day. The kids went off to music class, so it was just the sub in the classroom, and my mom was at some little desk in the little second grade pod area where the classrooms were. Sub was in the doorway of the classroom with her back turned, not knowing my mom was in the hallway, and started using her breast pump. She then proceeded to lazily leave the breast pump on top of the students' cupboards. When the students came back in, they were all curious on what that thing was on top of their cupboards, and they started touching it while asking, "Ooh, what's this? Is this baby stuff?" Edit. Once I had a math teacher who told the class that she was walking by a third or fourth grade classroom that had a sub that day, and the sub was teaching the kids that the unneths was to the right of the decimal, it's the freaking tenths, and my math teacher had to go into the classroom and correct the teacher and the students. Edit for clarification. My mom's a teacher and I not only go to her school, but I went to middle school a few miles away, so substitutes crossed over. Okay, I've had this lady as a sub way too many times and she hated everyone. I didn't like her both in high school and middle school because I like to draw and she'd tear up any drawings, which is shitty within itself. Last year before COVID, the culinary teacher was out and left the kids Ratatouille to watch. My mom, art teacher, walked into the teacher's lounge and a sub asked her how to make the kids take notes on the Ratatouille. Another time she subbed for my science class and decided it would be appropriate to stop class to tell us to invest in Disney stocks and real estate and become a landlord so we could be rich like her. A 50-year-old substitute teacher who hated what she was doing. I don't know what her deal was. She was also just generally a mean person and would use any opportunity to yell at students. Those are just my highlights of her. She was also a big Trumpster and would purposely pick on LGBT and Latinx kids. I've had teachers apologize afterwards to us saying they didn't know who it was or read back the sub's notes and problems and let us laugh at them. Looking back on it, I think she was having a midlife crisis or had some mental illness, and I feel kind of bad for hating her, even though it was a private and rather quiet hate only for like 4 years, but she was just so shitty to us. I'm glad she doesn't know how to work a computer. I know, because she would go on rants about technology rotting brains every time Chromebooks were pulled out. So I don't have to see her during distance learning. I had a sub that spent most of the class talking about the 2012 Mayan calendar and what might happen because she went there and talked to the local same class. Different sub. Me and 3 others were working on a group science project in the back of the room, in one of the giant science classrooms. The sub walks to the back because a girl literally has a stool on the ground sitting on it sideways pretending like she's riding a horse. The girl was immature, nothing wrong with her, 10th grade. As the sub is walking back, one of the guys in my group looks straight at the sub and says girl's name. If you don't stop I'm going to, but fuck you in the ass. The sub just turned away like he never heard or saw a thing. Point a few more. We had a sub that would show pics of his grandchildren telling us what they were going to be, president, race car driver, etc. The whole class. Another allowed us to run around the class shooting each other with a potato gun with paper balls. Another teacher was obsessed with superheroes and had posters of them all over. Well, when we had a sub one time, 3 girls decided they were going to twerk. I mean the feet on the walls, hands on the ground type, all over Iron Man. Well, while these 3 girls ripped this poor teacher's posters to shreds, the sub just sat there writing referrals for them and basically trash talking them. One of my undergrad psychology classes had me spending 8 hours a week working with middle schoolers that the district had listed as at risk. Whether it was mental disabilities, physical disabilities, bad home life, failing classes, whatever, they would be in this specially supervised study period where I'd come in, chat with them, help them with their homework, and otherwise mentor them. I'd basically rotate between 6/7 8th graders for 4 hours a day twice a week. On occasion there'd be a substitute, and I was never told in advance. One substitute yelled at me, an adult, for explaining what homeschooling was. I'd been homeschooled, so the kids were very interested and genuinely wanted to know more. She got angry that I was answering their questions, despite me regularly reminding the kids that homeschooling is a lot more work. Another gave me a deer in the headlights look, assumed that I must have been a backup sub or something, and had me run the class while she sat there. Teacher for my 4/5th period was covering for my 2nd hour teacher, but arrived late. After 5 minutes I convinced the class that we don't need a teacher, we can do this on our own. Checked in with each of them on their assignments and got them working on their own. Teacher walks in with bewildered amazement that they were all working independently, even the kids with behavior issues. She ended up checking off attendance and playing on her laptop because there was literally nothing else to do. Not a teacher, but I once had a sub for my history class in middle school who was a pretty bad sub, but probably the funniest sub I ever encountered. She was an older woman, maybe 50s or 60s. When I was in the class she handed out the assignment we were supposed to work on. She had no idea what we were supposed to do, so she couldn't answer the questions we had. We basically just sat there, and she got excited all of a sudden screaming, "Oh, I found the answer sheet, guys. Pass it around so we can get the assignment done." Then at the end of the school day, one of my friends who had the same class but after me told me that she turned on music and danced on the desks. She got fired lol. The only other sub that I had that I actually hated was someone who basically ended up replacing my teacher in 5th grade, and she was evil. My real 5th grade teacher had a lot of medical issues, so she stopped teaching about halfway through. I was once talking to my other classmates about her, and she came over, grabbed my arm, and lifted me off the ground, and carried me that way till she was at her desk, and yelled at me asking why I wasn't where I was supposed to be. There was other terrible things she did, but I think I ended up blocking it from my memory. I just remember that instance, and crying my eyes out in my mum's classroom all the time. She worked at the same school at the time. My mom managed to get her fired, but then after a few weeks the school rehired her, and the principal made me and that Satan of a sub apologize to each other. 5th grade was the worst year I ever had in school. I'm a student, not necessarily a sub teacher, but given how trash he was I might as well just say it. So earlier this year my secondary 2 class, grade 8, had a new science teacher. It was fine at first, but by the second lesson he started scolding students for ridiculous reasons, because they didn't follow his instructions. For example, we had to make a name stand cause his dumb as can't remember our names, and we had to make that name stand in the way he wanted to. Our classmate got creative and decided to do the name stand differently and got scolded. Because of that point he eventually got fired after getting numerous complaints and being suspended and put on supervision while teaching thrice. And despite all the horrible shit he did, it took the Ministry of Education 9 to 10 months to fire his ISO. And did I mention he behaved like this in 2 other different schools prior to this and didn't change, thinking he is God and no one can touch him? Fuck you tongue cheeky yang. I think even as a travel guide no one's gonna like you fucker as TLDR. I had a new science teacher this year. He was ridiculous and started scolding numerous classmates because they were too creative and didn't follow his instructions. Got his ass fired after he did even more terrible shit throughout the year. Was fired from 2 diff schools prior because of his behavior. Not a teacher, but 2 subs I had in elementary stand out in my memory. Point I was in 1st grade, and we had this little board for birthdays that would get filled out based on whoever's birthday was closest. Sub started erasing the dry erase marker and picked up a bin clearly labeled permanent markers to fill it in with. I pointed it out, seeing as she was going to ruin the board, and I knew my teacher paid for everything in that classroom out of her own pocket, and the sub called me an idiot, said she knew what she was doing, and used the permanent markers anyways. My teacher was pretty pissed when she got back to find that her board had indeed been ruined. My classmates did stand up for me, however, and pointed out that I did try to speak up and say something. Point other sub was for French class, and we all hated her. Think crazy eccentric drama teacher with 70s styled wild skirts and scarves. She was very proud of the fact that she was French and could speak fluent French. That is, Canadian French. But, even in Canada, we learned France French. There is a pretty big difference. She was trying to teach the class the definition of a word, and I pointed out that she had the definition wrong. I corrected her, politely, mind you, and it escalated into a screaming match between the 2 of us that ended when she slammed a French to English dictionary on my desk and asked me to prove that I was correct. Surprise surprise, I was right. Still got detention. Point my full-time French teacher ended up leaving her notes after that, which said that if I specifically corrected them, I was probably right. Not a teacher, and probably too late, but the incidents that come to mind. Late elementary school, one sub gave each of us like 10 worksheets to do, and said they were due at the end of class. We all went crazy trying to get this insane amount of work done. Teacher came back and was pissed because we were only supposed to get 1 or 2, and now she had nothing left in her sub DBZ work folder for the rest of the year. High school. Sub kept telling my friend that he had to take off his sunglasses. He explained that they were transitions lenses and were in fact his regular glasses. She says okay, but you need to take off your sunglasses in class. This went on for several minutes until his glasses finally went back to clear. High school. Not my class, but the story spread quickly. Sub showed up and appeared to be very intoxicated. Wrote his name directly on the wall instead of on the whiteboard. proceeded to rant like a lunatic the rest of class. High school, less a story about the sub and more about us. We had multiple lunch periods due to having so many students. Some people had lunch before 6th period and some after 6th period. Sub for my 6th period got confused and went to the first lunch, so we arrived to an empty classroom. One kid decided he was gonna just take a double lunch and left. The rest of us stayed in the room talking and goofing around and playing on our phones. After like 45 minutes a girl noticed the VP through the glass and whisper screamed, "They're coming. They're coming." So we all scrambled to our desks and pulled out books and pretended to read. Turns out the kid who left had gotten caught and covered by saying he was going to the office to let them know we had no sub. VP commended us for being so responsible because most kids would have had a party lol. So, in 9th grade biology, we had this sub who was apparently the neighbor of our teacher, both of them being in their 60s and single. Everyone could immediately tell that he had no teaching experience whatsoever, and he started out the class with roll call. My teacher usually let me sit in the front to see the board better because of my terrible vision, even though that was not my official seat. At the beginning of class, the sub read my name off the seating chart/roll and got really mad when he realized I was in the wrong seat. I told him my teacher let me sit there, but he kept yelling at me. I was almost to tears, and my classmates were speaking up for me, telling him that I always sat there. I eventually moved and was really embarrassed by it. He finished roll call and pulled out our homework from the day before to read us the answers so we could grade ourselves. It was a free response assignment, but he would call on the students and tell them to mark themselves wrong if their answer wasn't exactly what he had on his paper. At one point, the kid, who we all considered the smartest, got so pissed at the sub that he walked out, saying that he was taking a walk. I was crying, trying to hide my face behind my homework. By the end of class, everyone was livid with this guy. The whole school had heard about it by lunch, and the news eventually got to our teacher. She made sure we never had that sub again. I'm pretty sure she stopped talking to him too. I was the student in this one. I've worn hearing aids my whole life. We had this crotchety old science substitute in 7th grade who clearly hated kids we were doing worksheets. The normal teacher for this class didn't care when we used the bathroom, so I got up to go, and I hear "Young lady, where are you going?" explain that I'm going to the bathroom, and the class explains we normally don't need to ask permission. He grumbled something. I said I'm hard of hearing and couldn't hear him. He turned away and said something else. I told him I still couldn't hear him, and I read lips. At this point half the class was trying to help, and he yelled at them to be quiet. He didn't say anything else, so I timidly asked if I could use the bathroom. He said something and waved his hand. I asked him to repeat himself. He turned around and said something again, still too quietly for me to hear. I took a guess and headed for the door, and he flipped his sheet. He yelled about kids like me always looking for an excuse to be disrespectful, and I wasn't really hearing impaired and to sit down, or he was going to call the principal. I showed him my hearing aids and tried to apologize and asked him to please call the principal. He kept yelling about me trying to sweet talk him and young ladies these days, and I was using excuses. I was so embarrassed. As soon as the teacher came back, the class told her what had happened. I didn't have to say a word. He was banned from that class. Anytime I had him in other classes, he treated me like dirt. That guy. CTLDR below. Back when I was in high school, over 10 years ago, we had a geometry teacher who retired early due to an illness during the second week of school. We had multiple subs until they found a long-term sub who can teach for the rest of the school year. He was a bit immature for someone in his 30s. He would give out 2 worksheets a day and show us how to do 1 or 2 problems, then sit on his desk watching YouTube videos for the rest of the class period. To be fair, if you asked for help, he would gladly help you until you understood the problem. If he didn't like you, he would make smartass comments towards you. In the middle of the semester, he started playing Family Guy on the classroom TV once the day before spring break, where no teacher gave work, and every block day after that. He would also play his students in online video games He wrote his screen name on the board and told us he plays around 8 p.m. in case we wanted to play games with him and would discuss the games the next day. He also made all exams and quizzes open note, which I'm pretty sure the teacher would not approve of if she was to return. Fast forward to Friday before Memorial Day. He told us we will have an exam the Tuesday when we return to class. No one studied because it was open book. The review sheet was the same format as the exam, with 1 or 2 challenge problems, so all you had to do was plug in the different numbers and you are guaranteed a 90 or better. Tuesday comes along, and we have a sub. She told us that our teacher will not return, and she will take over for the remainder of the school year. She claimed she did not know if he was fired. When she told us she was pushing back the exam to the next day, we asked if it was open note. She said of course not, it's an exam. We had to explain that he gave open book exams and we were unprepared. She was shocked. A few of us spent the night studying the exam. The next day, the new sub told us that she met with the department chair to discuss what we told her. Ultimately, the exam was called off. Instead, she gave us a practice problem that counted as an exam, which she went over. Also, the previous sub was a month behind in grading, to the point that grading the assignments was not practical for the new sub. She ended up throwing out the assignments and let people redo missed work for full credit as a compromise. Most of us ended up doing poorly on the final, as we were behind. First time I've ever failed a final exam. TLDR. Long-term sub gave open note quizzes and exams, played Family Guy during class, cracks lame insults to students he didn't like, was a month behind in grading, and was later fired. Edit. Spelling. Grammar edit 2. Detail. We have a fairly thin pool of substitute teachers in our district, and as someone else mentioned, it is easier to just go in than deal with making idiot-proof plans and then have an idiot mess it up. Because of this, I do not like having a substitute, but unfortunately I have had several eye surgeries over the past several months, which means missing days. We have one sub, nicknamed Guitar Guy, who, as the name suggests, brings his guitar with him. I have asked the kids if he plays for them, but apparently not. According to the students, if they ask questions, he is very rude to them. Even simple things such as asking to sharpen their pencils, he makes some uncalled for remark. The work left rarely gets done, or even handed out. At least this year has been different. I can meet with the kids remotely during class as needed, at least to give help or instruction. I have the work posted in the online classroom, so he does not have to hand anything out. All he needs to do is monitor the classroom, but somehow this gets screwed up, and my room is a mess. When I return. This year, I have a student teacher who started a day before I had emergency surgery. Guitar Guy was assigned to the classroom. I do not know what happened or what she said to him, but she taught all day and he disappeared after first period. I have not seen him in the building after that. I have a great student teacher. Very late here in the student, but we had a good sub story in high school. My high school had a bit of a reputation for being rough, so I can only assume that this sub decided he'd handle things like this because of that. Anyway, we all file into our mobile classroom and sit down, and before the last student closes the door this guy barges in and states in a loud and aggressive manner, "Alright, I'm not going to be putting up with any nonsense from you lot today. Sit down and be quiet, or you'll all be getting detention." No preamble or introduction, just that. He turns to write his name on the board. Bam. Someone had cut the end off a Pritt stick, a kind of push-up glue stick, and fired it at him using a ruler. It was inches from his head. He screams, "Who did that? No one's going to own up. Then you're all getting detention." Turns back around to finish writing. Bam. More Pritt stick. Dude is now raging. He paces between the classroom tables in a misguided attempt to find the culprit, while shouting, "You don't want to mess with me." He then demands we tell him who was responsible. After 5 minutes of uncomfortable silence he changes tact and says, "Okay then, if you're going to sit quietly we can continue with our lesson plan for today." Turns around to start writing out what we are supposed to be doing. Bam. Whole Pritt stick like a centimeters away from his head. At this point he gets the marker which he'd been using to write on the board and throws it in the bin and runs from the room with tears down his face. 5 minutes later the head teacher came in and said, while broadly smirking, "Well, he didn't last long, did he?" Then continued to give a completely uninterrupted lesson. When I was in 8th grade, my English teacher had some kind of serious health problem. There were rumors among the students, but I don't think we ever really knew, that required her to be out for treatment for 3 weeks in Sept to Oct, and then all of April. We had the same long-term sub for both absences. She made us read Lady twice. It's this historical fiction novel about a girl working in a mill in the 1800s. What happened, as far as I remember, is that our original teacher had planned for us to read it later in the year. When she was out the first time, the sub, a former full-time teacher, hadn't read or taught the book assigned for that unit, so she taught us Liddy instead, because it was one of the only books on the list she was familiar with. And then when she came back in the spring, she followed the teacher's original schedule. She absolutely refused to believe us when we told her that not only had we read the book before, but that she had been the one to assign it to us, even when we were able to tell her details of the plot. The plot itself was pretty depressing and had some gory details about mill injuries, so I hadn't liked the book the first time and hated it the second time. Also, she made us make paper bag book covers for the books, even though they were softcover books. That was a pain in the ass. Not a teacher, but I have a story. Let me set the scene for you. 6th grade, first floor social studies class at the front of the building. We have a sub and things are going pretty normally when the intercom turns on. We can't hear what it's saying, but it sounds like there's an intruder. In 6th grade we didn't have lockers because our school had been renovated, so we have our stuff with us. We grab our phones and begin doing what any scared kid would do, texting our parents. We are scared but not freaking out yet, and then the police come. We live in a relatively low crime area, so there were a lot of cars. We begin freaking out, because if there's that many cars, then it must be serious. Finally one of the kids gets up and throws a chair at the window. It bounces off, but it gives us an idea, and we begin trying to break the window. Then some guy from the outside comes and begins hitting the window with a piece of wood. Luckily someone recognizes him as her dad, so we don't try to kill him or anything. Once the window breaks he tells us to climb out and we do. Then we sit down on the sidewalk and the cops come make sure everyone's okay. No one's hurt, so they let us go home. That was one of the most traumatizing moments of my life. And what was the sub doing? Absolutely nothing. Just standing there. Anyways, it turned out the whole thing had started because some kid had made a joke about bringing a gun to school and the intercoms weren't working right. Kinda the reverse here. I was a sub and teacher had me do some ridiculous BS. Came in early, as I usually do, and she was in her classroom getting the study plan ready for me. Her room is an absolute dump. There was literal garbage everywhere. Like, everywhere. I'll be quite frank, and also admit this school was in a lower class area, but I have no idea how this was acceptable. There's literally no excuse. This classroom was deplorable and literally had my coughing by the end of the day from the fumes. Anyways, first thing she says to me is your priority today is to get the kids working, and then clean my classroom from top to bottom. Oh hell the fact no it ain't. I don't get paid enough to clean your literal sheet. I kindly told her I'm sorry, but looking at your study plans as they are now don't really allow me much room to clean. She literally tells me to make time, and that the principal will hold my pay if I don't do it. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So I was desperate for money. I got the kids started on work and tried to clean. 5 minutes into cleaning and going through food wrappers that were probably months old, out pops not only roaches that fall onto my lap, but mice that ran across my feet. No fuck this. I left the students with an aide and went to the office. I asked for the principal. I asked if I was being forced to clean this classroom and that if I was, I would be leaving. Principal has no idea what I'm talking about and follows me to the classroom. Principal sees state of said classroom and has kids leave and stay in the library all day. Apparently the principal had not been in that classroom all year. It was May at this time and had no idea the condition. I was in complete disbelief. How can you not go into a classroom for almost a whole school year? especially a classroom of second graders. I never subbed for that school again, and I filed a complaint with my superior. I was hired though a sub business, not directly through the schools. The sub business contacted the health department, and that teacher and principal were let go. I'm still, to this day, in utter disbelief of that day of work. Let's just say that day of work started the change of my career. I was in school for elementary education, and after seeing the state my local schools were in, I decided that was not my path in life. I'm now almost finished with a degree in it, and I'm glad that I subbed for a couple years and had to experience that, despite the absolute awful days I experienced. Pay teachers more, have better vetting processes, and pay your subs more. Also teachers, you'll have better subs if you treat your subs well. Most teachers do, but some teachers treat subs like they are lower than them. Just remember being a kid yourself and giving your sub hell for fun. That's what we go through every day. It sucks, and the pay sucks. But what makes it good is the good teachers and the helping of students. Not a sub, but the librarian who teaches a small lesson during library time while I'm still there, but more supervising than teaching, tells a kid with a rough home life and a slew of anger and behavior problems as a result that he can't take out books because he hasn't brought his others back. The 6-year-old kid tries to explain that the books were at his dad's house and he was with his mom this week and couldn't get the books. She tells him he needs to tell his mom to go over there and get the books. He replies that his mom and dad don't talk, so that won't work. I give her a look like stop talking, you are going to set him off, and rush over to try and step in before it's too late. She then asks him doesn't he have a key, couldn't he just sneak over there with his mom to get the books. I just wanted to yell at her, but I calmly said no, that will not be necessary. I will check out the books and he can just keep them in class. Then she turns to me with a bunch of questions, like he can't just be rewarded for not returning books. Why are you enabling him? He needs to learn to be responsible, and goes back to pressing him to return the book. The kid is confused and hurt by the librarian's words, and he gets so frustrated and angry that he has a full-on anger episode. We'd been working for months to help him manage stuff. Anyways, I had to try and reassure him, but the damage was done. He got aggressive, we had to clear the room, and the librarian had the audacity to be shocked and ask what had happened to make him do that. I was always worried about leaving my kiddos with anyone but me after that. Not the teacher, but the student wanted to share anyway. Kinda long. TLDR at the bottom. My 7th grade math teacher was nice, but could be really scary. She'd never yell at us or anything, but she would raise her voice a bit if she was upset. She tried not to, though. Her raised voice was a bit louder than the other teachers, though. One day, she had to go out for a few days for personal reasons. I was in her honors math class, and that year, that was her favorite class. It was also her only 7th grade class. She told my class why she was leaving, but I'm not gonna share that. Anyways, we had a pretty decent sub the first few days. She was nice. But on the last day, we had a different sub. Everybody knew this guy. He was a creep. Potentially a pervert. Nobody liked him. We were going over something our teacher had taught us. She had told us there were multiple ways to solve problems like this. I forget what we were talking about, and that you could do whatever way was easier for you, as long as you understood what you were doing. She did this with pretty much every math problem we were learning. She'd usually give us 2 ways to solve something, but if we found another way we preferred, and it worked, that was fine. One way was the way we were supposed to be taught something, and usually the harder way. The second way was my teacher's preferred way, usually a lot easier. Most of us chose the easier way. Anyways, the sub nobody liked, we'll call him Mr. B. My teacher will be Mrs. M. So Mr. B was going over something Mrs. M taught us before she left. She made sure we all knew what we were doing, so we'd be fine when we went over it again. Mr. B was writing on the board and was writing how to solve the problem. We were all confused because we learned it a different way. The way he was showing was solution A. We understood solution B better, so one kid raised his hand and told Mr. B that we learned it a different way and asked if we could do that way instead. Mr. B told him no, that he couldn't do the problem a different way. Mr. B said the only correct way was the way he was currently teaching, and that if Mrs. M taught something different, she was wrong. So now you have a classroom full of kids who are really confused. We all know Mrs. M would never lie to us about something like this. Heck, she wouldn't lie to us about anything. And our sub, Mr. B, is telling us everything we learned is wrong. So Mrs. M comes back from her days off and she doesn't know a thing about what happened with Mr. B. She begins going over what we learned, or in this situation, relearned, with Mr. B, and we sit here, looking confused. She asks us why we look so confused and that we learned all of this before we left, so we should know this. One kid tells Mrs. M what happened. She explains that Mr. B told us that we had to do it differently and that none of us really understood it anymore. She sighed, stood up, and called the office. She was so angry that she was calm, like scary calm. She called the office and told them that she never wanted Mr. B to sub her class again and explained what happened. Well, she got what she wanted. Mr. B was never our sub in that class again. Not really sure what happened to him. He subbed for a few 6th grade teachers after that, as far as I know, and then just vanished. Anyway, that's the story of the first time I saw my favorite teacher angry. Like, truly angry. There was another time I saw her mad, but not like this. TLDR, substitute teacher told my 7th grade math class that everything my teacher taught us was wrong and that there was only one way to do things. So I'm going to leave this comment very vague, because it was very recent. I was in choir class, and we had a sub, because our teacher was out of town at some conference or something, I forgot. Our sub was a very old pet teacher, while I was out of the room coincidentally at the office with the principal, because I was that one overachieving student who went on like 10 field trips throughout the year. So now that I have gone off topic, I ended up missing that entire class. My next period was history. All of the students that were choir class were called by the office to the unused wing of the top floor. As this was a brand new school, the 8th grade class was very small, so we only used half of the floor. We were all sitting over in the empty wing and were being called one by one to be asked questions by the police. Not allowed in my state nor country for minors, so a lot of parents were mad. Anyways, I get called and I do my questions. Later, while we were all standing in the study area that was empty in that wing, I talked to a few of my friends. So now here is the juicy section. The son decided it would be a good idea to call one of the girls in the class into the storage room to grab something. Yeah, you can probably see where this is going. The sub decided to sexually assault the girl. He was very quickly let go. In 2 other related but different stories, he is now a registered sex offender. Later, while doing something in the ice room, we found the sub's desk. He wasn't really a sub, he was one of the pet teachers. In a unexpected turn of events, we found out he had a very large container of lotion in his desk. Read into that as you want. I have decided to just let that go and not think about why he had lotion. I left directions that they were to read the directions on the board to the students and then supervise them as they worked on their research papers. Pretty much just helping them stay on task. Easy peasy. The substitute decided that that was boring, and when he took roll, which he didn't need to do, he tried his version of the Key and Peele run skit. Then he did a little more stand up. Then he let the kids look up the Key and Peele run skit and allowed them to keep watching more of their videos instead of working. I taught middle school, and those videos are hilarious, but not appropriate for their age group. I never expect much to get accomplished with a sub, but it looked like the students hadn't done anything on the day I was gone. I asked a couple of trusted students to tell me what happened. Afterwards, I emailed the guy and politely asked for his side of the story. He emailed me back and basically said that I didn't give him anything to do, and so it was my fault that he had to improvise. I wrote an email back, kicked my boss and the secretary in charge of sub, and fired him. No, I didn't have the authority to do that. Later, I heard from another teacher that the secretary showed my boss the email and asked what they should do about the problem, and my boss replied, "It looks like the problem is taken care of." That sub had caused problems for other teachers as well, like administering a test 30 minutes into class so that students only had 20 minutes for a 50-minute test. I was at a point in that job where I didn't care about getting in trouble. Anyone who teaches know that taking a day off is super faking stressful already without someone going off script. Student story. Going to college to be a teacher actually. In middle school I had a sub for my advanced math class. We only had a few girls in the class. This specific sub was nicknamed Mr. Rapper. It rhymed with his name. He would physically touch each and every one of us females in class. He would make sexual innuendos towards us and encourage the boys to pursue us when all we wanted to do was our work. He asked one of the girls for her phone number. We were in 6th grade. Eventually, after days of this prick, all of us went to the principal and demanded that he be removed from our district. That was the last time I saw him subbing. Another sub in our district wasn't really bad, just mildly creepy. I thought he was alright, just an older man who wanted to spend his retirement doing what he liked. However, many of the other female students didn't like him, calling him creepy, weird, and scary. He was probably late 60s, early 70s, tall, a little bit thick, and would get winded easily, so I never saw him as a threat. The weirdest things he ever did were talking about how he blew off his 3 fingers with a shotgun. He did this in every class he subbed, no matter what, and give my classmates dog treats to eat. They weren't forced, it was just more of a hey come, be a badass in front of the class. He was a pretty cool teacher. He kept the class relatively calm, and I usually helped him control the classes in my high school years. He also gave out hand-carved special mechanical pencils one year. Student, not a teacher, and I have quite a few. In year 6, the sub kept us from going home for over 15 minutes. I and 2 others left, and she wouldn't let the others out until we went back inside too. Our sub didn't show up for half an hour, then got mad the class was chatting. I made a comment, so he came over to me, preparing to lecture me. I pointed out that I'm not a boy, and he didn't know how to respond to that, and sulk into his corner. 3. In year 8, an asshole was upsetting me, so I hit him with my chair. Haven't fought since. While the sub watched us like an episode of Hollyoaks 4, the sub didn't speak much English and got mad that none of us could understand her. Apparently, it's our fault we don't know Polish. 5. A sub was caught making out with a student who was 14. Rumor is that she was pregnant, but I left before I got to hear more. 6. He thought bringing a knife to show would be a good idea, some kind of antique. Well, a kid stole it and threatened another kid with it, the latter losing a finger. The sub, for whatever reason, wasn't fired. Needless to say, we stole his bag, buried it in the kid who lost his pinky shat on the guy's car. Still didn't leave. 7. Committed murder a decade ago, before becoming a sub. He told us about killing his baby sister and stepmom, going into the details of it, likely during some mental breakdown. It was maths, and I learned it takes 10 minutes to strangle someone to death. I liked him more than the English teacher who taught me how to kill a dog, though. 8. Science sub had that thing where your nerves don't work right, and she spilled acid onto her hand. We all sat in silence, staring at the mess until she noticed. She was nice, but it still kept me up for a few nights. In middle school we had this on sub everyone despised. She was just a witch through and through. She was super old too, like she was retired from like 20 years prior, but still worked in the school as a sub. She was kind to me specifically because I'm not disrespectful or annoying, but she despised all of my classes because all the disrespectful kids were in it. Like once they made my teacher cry and I had to stand up for her. My global teacher once told my class when we talked about her, she's still alive. And if you're retired, then stay retired and not deal with a bunch of middle schoolers. It was her birthday one year and all the teachers loved her but all the kids despised her. So when they announced it was her birthday everyone booed. She looked so old that we said she was around before the Big Bang. She grew up with Moses. She was with Adam and Eve, and she had pet dinosaurs in 8th grade. My Spanish teacher left after second quarter because she had a baby, and we were stuck with this one asshole. He had zero control of the class. He was creepy looking. He was just a really weird dude. Like one day he brought in his electric guitar and spent the period playing it and whipping his hair around. He had a extremely long mantail It was nasty, man. One of my friends had a weird fascination for him, jokingly, but he was very cool. On our Washington DC trip, he was the chaperone for my boyfriend and friends. More than half of her class failed because of him, and they had to take Spanish recovery classes when we got to the HS. But apparently now he's teaching music in a college a few hours away. He also lost one of my classmates' finals, so he had to retake it during my global class, and my global teacher said, who had never seen the sub in his life, "That's him. I thought he looked different. And what is up with his hair? I'll never forget you, Mr. D." I had a sub in my class, Mrs. X. She was the parent of my former classmate, so I knew her a bit, because we played sports together. I figured she's worked as a sub for years. I know her, she'll be a perfect fit for my first day off as a new teacher. Wrong point. In my SDC class, one student would fall asleep quite frequently for a variety of reasons. Loud neighbors, sneaking phone up late, just being a tired 12-year-old. I knew, the admin team knew, parents knew, the nurse knew. This was a well-documented issue we've had with this student. Mrs. X freaked out about this student sleeping and kept saying that this student is being sleep deprived and needs immediate medical attention. Mrs. X then leaves class, putting my aide in charge. Then she bursts into the nurse's office and locks the door behind her. She proceeds to demand information about the students. When the nurse says no, a secretary rushes in and unlocks the door. The sub screams at the secretly to give her information about the student, and the secretary says we can't do that. The principal hears this and goes out to see what the ruckus is about, and she marches into his office and starts yelling about how she needs to have information about this student. The principal, "Yes sir, that this is a well-documented case and we are taking all steps necessary to ensure the student is safe and healthy." She keeps yelling that, if that is the case, then she should have been told that in the sub-plans, and she needs to see all the evidence about this student. She threatens to never work at the school again, and the principal says, "Don't worry, you won't." She slams her keys on the secretary desk and says, "After X years of subbing here, I officially retire." Then she left. This was around second period 2. However, this was early in my career, and I still put my number on the sub plans, just in case. She calls me crying to tell me how unfairly she's been treated. Asks me to talk to the principal about what happened, and demands that I get him to apologize to her. Then talks for over an hour about how great her kids are doing, and how awesome this of a sub she is. I tell her I will talk to my principal the next day, and call her my principal, and I share a good laugh, and he tells me not to worry, so I don't. Fast forward to the last day of school, she calls me and asks me what the principal said and how to fix it. I said I was just leaving for the mountains and I'm losing reception, and I hung up. Worst sub ever. I was teaching English as a foreign language to adult students at the time. Every Friday we had a 1-page test, 2 pages front and back, that covered the unit finished that week. Each unit and test was clearly numbered in the book and online resources. We had just finished unit 12 of 24 units. I took the Friday off and printed out everything required for the class, including the lesson plan, tests and some other materials. The cover teacher was another teacher from the same language school that masked his incompetence with arrogance. He uses the same books and resources that I do. I came back on Monday and found that he had taken it upon himself to print the test, but he printed unit 11, gave it to the students. They had to argue with him that they had already done that test. He then went and printed the final test for the book, all 12 pages for each student, half of which they had never studied. The students were furious. There was no way enough time to complete that test. He said just do what you can, and left it at that. When I came back I found that he had left all the test in the folder, on top of the tests I had printed for him. He had used some of the other resources, so I know he saw the correct tests. The students still wanted to do the original test, so Monday's class got moved to Tuesday and we did the correct test. I had to finish correcting each of the 12-page tests and the 1-page tests on Monday night before class on Tuesday morning. Not a teacher, but a student in a class that was totally busted by our behavior in the 7th grade. Like 2015, our brand new school building was just finished with all the latest technology. The cameras in the building were no secret either. To our knowledge of being idiotic teenagers, we figured only the hallways had cameras, so the bathrooms, and in the classrooms, were the only place undocumented. This was absolutely wrong. Our teacher gave us simple assignment one day. When she was absent, we had to watch Beauty and the Beast. It was a French class, and had to write notes about the architecture of things relevant to France. None of us did. There were 32 teenagers in one classroom who were jumping on desks and trying to climb out the windows, simply because we were assholes. Unbeknownst to us, she had special instructions from our teacher to let us act however we wanted. The next day the teacher asks us what we thought our sub-note said, and we all stayed quiet. Then she said, "I have something I want to show you." She projects a screen and we all saw ourselves from the day before. In the fluorescent lights above us, there were little cameras in the fixture. Everything we did and said was now captured for her to evaluate. We found out that day, every room was equipped with cameras. We also found out how heavy it is to carry buckets of rocks for a whole mile. We had a substitute, relief, teacher about 5 years ago that is legendary in our staff room. She only ever worked 2 consecutive days in our primary, elementary, school but is still spoken of gales of laughter as we recount her actions. We weren't laughing then but honestly on reflection she was a classic. Point day 1, arrives 10 minutes before class. We were starting to panic and think she wasn't coming. Has lunch in the staff room, tuna from a large can. Eats from the can, and then we learned, leaves the half-eaten can open in the fridge. Someone threw it out after school that day, when they noticed the fridge reeked. She had taken her shoes off, and they asks one of the other female teachers to help out her shoes back on because she can't reach down and do them up. Point day 2, arrives just as the bell rings to start the day. Sends 3 or 4 kids out of the room to the office, because she can't control them. Spends 10 minutes at lunchtime complaining, because she can't find her tuna. Point we had a whole school assembly in our hall. We all sit with our classes, and control any behaviors. Her class is boisterous, she can't be found. Finally, another teacher finds her asleep in a lounge chair which was stored at the back of the hall during renovations. She was drooling, so the story goes. We wake her, and watch her head droop 3 or 4 far enough for her to wake with a start. The principal walks into her room 5 minutes before the end of the day, returning a student from the front office, and finds all the students with their bags packed, sitting at their desks. A year 3 student tells her that the relief teacher had packed them up earlier, had sat there waiting for a while, and then had picked up her handbag a couple minutes beforehand, and said that she had an appointment, and had to go. She told them to sit there, and wait for the bell, and make sure they pulled the door closed behind them when they left. Oh my god, okay, I have a few. My parents are orchestra teachers, so I saw first than both sides. The sub, and the aftermath. Point first story. My mom had a music teacher conference to go to. My parents went every year. I was in middle school at the time, and she wrote in the notes for the sub that her daughter would be there to help for all of this period. Point I show up. The sub picks me out and asks me to pick 2 people to organize my mom's office. My mom is a very clutter-free person, so I had no clue what he wanted. He wanted us to reorganize her music, which she did once a year before school started. I picked 2 of my friends and we just kinda pretended to work. Point meanwhile, the class was supposed to be watching the video of our last concert and taking notes about what we liked, what we could do better, etc. But instead the sub brought a DVD of Cars or A Bug's Life or something, and watched that. Point he also used my mom's microwave to make popcorn, which he burned most of, and handed out with his bare hands to my classmates. We had to throw out the microwave, because her whole office smelled like popcorn, and there was popcorn in the carpet for a year afterwards. She got him blacklisted, and he was not allowed to return to the school again. Point second story. Mr. Reed, a retired band director, was the sub for my dad's class when I was in high school orchestra. This guy would show up, make fun of kids, mostly girls, for what they were wearing, the music we liked, how they played, etc. He also would stop the class every 5 measures to tell us horror stories about how one time a kid choked on gum and died in his class. I shit you not. Point. But because my dad didn't want us to not play for a day, and Mr. Reed knew how to read a score and conduct, he kept using him anytime he had to leave. He made fun of me and this other kid for how we conducted. Even though we were 15 and just starting to learn. I told my dad again and again that this guy was a jerk, but he just was like, just deal with it. It's just a couple days. Flash forward to my junior year. My younger brother is a freshman. Freshman orchestra was at the end of the school day. Apparently, Mr. Reed told my brother's class that he was tired, so they were dismissed early. He didn't have the power to do that, but maybe at his school he taught it in the 80s it was fine. In the 2010s it wasn't. This was in the height of school shootings being in the news, and security at my school was very tight. So all these kids wandering the halls before school was over was a huge red flag. He told these kids they were dismissed for the day and went into my dad's office and fell asleep an hour and a half before school ended. Some kids even left the building, which was at my school, worthy of a day nice if you get caught. So Mr. Reed let them open the windows and climb out to get past the cameras. My dad didn't blacklist him, the administration did, and he wasn't allowed to sub at any school in the district ever again. Good riddance. Reading this chain makes me realize how different the standards for teachers are in different countries. A few years ago, I was asked to be a sub-teacher in a junior high. I'm a professional teacher, but not an experienced junior high teacher, so it was a bit new to me. I had 4 classes in the school, with only 5 to 10 minute breaks between the lessons. I got the lesson plans about 5 minutes before the first lesson, so I did not have much time to go through them. I did, however, try and follow them as the class went by. I also tried and get the restless students' focus when they were making noise and disturbing others. At one point, I even separated 2 noise buddies from each other and made them sit on the other sides of the classroom, which, as every experienced teacher can imagine, demanded quite a lot of effort, since the noise buddies were objecting my efforts and other kids were making funny comments on both me and them. Honestly, I doubt that the students learned much in the lessons, but at least I did what was asked to do and tried my best to keep the classroom in order. After my visit, I have never gotten an invitation to be a sub again. I do not know the exact reason for it, but I got a sense in the classrooms that the students did not like me very much. And since our country is full of eager, knowledgeable teacher people, not being an inspiring sub-teacher could make a B-list employee. On the other hand, sleeping in the classroom and stealing the main teacher's books would make you a hot new topic in the national news. I teach elementary art, and apparently the Friday sub decided to disregard the sub plans, a creative drawing prompt that used colored pencils or crayons depending on the age group, and let students instead use paint, glue, Play-Doh and every other messy art supply together. There were pallets overfilled with paint left in the sink that dried over the weekend, not a single clean paintbrush in sight. Play-Doh and glue stuck to the floor and tables. The students mixed everything together, used all the paper. There were broken pencils and markers left without caps everywhere. I came into class Monday, had a full breakdown because I was already under enough stress as it was. My despair quickly turned to rage, and I told my principal he needed to come to my room immediately. He walked in and was speechless. I told him undoing the mess would take hours, and it was unsuitable to teach in. He pulled a few older students to help me, and had my classes combined with gym. I hate putting that on our peer coaches, but they also saw the room and understood. 4 hours later my room was intact again. I lost about $300 worth of supplies. I do believe that sub had a record of doing that kind of thing, and my principal said the situation was handled. Apparently they no longer sub for the district. As for me, I lock every single cabinet when I know I'm going to be out, just in case. Edit. I can't believe I forgot to add that the pencil sharpener, a stapler, and my doorbell, I have an electronic one I ring to let students know it's time to clean up, were all broken. The sub also drank 2 bottles of water and a Monster energy drink out of my fridge, and burnt some popcorn which they left in the microwave. I'm not a teacher. My primary school teacher was off for a long time due to stress and some form of mental illness. I was aged around 9 or 10. We had a string of substitute teachers because of this, and this one of them all of a sudden acted totally weird. Started out as this sweet old lady and then turned out to be batshit insane. She'd randomly get aggressive at kids. At one point, when we were doing art, these 2 girls used a glue gun. The sub walked up to them, shouted no, and snatched it off them. Then stared blankly for a couple of seconds and said, "I'm not your slave. Put this away now," and threw it on the table. Then one day she was walking behind a kid who pulled his chair out to get something and accidentally bumped into her. Bear in mind, it was a total accident. Everyone in the class saw it was an accident. He didn't mean her any harm, and, yeah, no, he was a literal child incapable of properly hurting a grown adult. But this teacher all of a sudden threw herself backwards, as if she had been stabbed, and started yelling, "Excuse me, I will not be abused like that." Then she tried to phone the head teacher and said the kid had abused her. Head teacher flat out didn't believe her though, since the kid had never hurt a fly the entire time he was there. Said kid was in floods of tears after school and inconsolable. Parents got involved. She didn't show up to school the next day. We never had her as a sub again. Oh yee. I teach A-level biology. Brilliant subject. At the time I was teaching, the school had a system where 2 teachers taught the same class. So we split the units between us. I taught unit 1, the long-term sub taught units 2 plus 3. It's all going okay, but I've only been teaching a few years myself, and I'm just the other teacher. I'm not the sub-teacher's line manager. Anyway, rolls up to 4 months before their final exam. Kids ask me, "Miss, when are we going to start learning unit 3? Now we work off the same time sheet. She should be halfway through unit 3 by now point." So I immediately speak to her, the deputy head, and her line manager, and explain. The solution? They put on extra classes on Saturday mornings, so the other teacher could teach them the last unit. They paid her extra for this. Fine point until a month before their final exam. "Miss, we are all getting a bit worried about that unit 3. We still haven't started it." What? Well, turns out she just pocketed the money and never bothered with the extra classes. So me and these poor freaking students have 2 days where the school hires out a room over the weekend, and I attempt to teach half a year of lessons into crammed days. It was insane. And I felt so sorry for them. The other teacher just didn't give a shit about them. The leadership team did zero follow up with the substitute teacher to ensure she was actually delivering what they'd agreed. But those kids worked bloody hard, and I think most of them got what they needed to move to the next level. The idiot school, despite this monumental screw up and my enormous protests, rehired this lady as a permanent employee the following year, only for her to go off on long-term sick within weeks. And I took over all the A-level teaching. The school's average performance in my subject went up 2 whole grades over 3 years. Nothing especially to do with my teaching, just having the consistency of one person in charge of making sure they actually get taught all the topics they need. Obligatory, not a teacher, but I was a student who witnessed this go down. It was probably the most humiliating and anguishing thing I'd ever seen in a classroom. Freshman year of college, in a 40 to 50 person lecture conference room for a biology class. Our professor was going to be missing class, so she had someone else from the biology department come to fill in and lecture for her. We had a deaf woman in the class, and she would use her computer to translate speech to text to help with note taking. The substitute professor had a strict no technology policy. She tells everyone in the class to put their computers away. Obviously, the hard of hearing woman did not put her laptop away, as she was relying on it, since her translators were not present that day either. Everyone else puts their computers away. The professor notices that this woman still has her laptop out, and she increases her volume and intensity and says to put our technology away again. The woman still doesn't put her laptop away. The professor walks over to where this woman is seated and starts shouting in her face, "I don't know if you heard me, but I said no technology." At this point everyone in the classroom has their jaw on the floor, including me. The woman had to respond, "I'm deaf." The substitute professor immediately took a step back and said, "Oh my god, I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight." I really wish I would have said something to stop that from happening, but I think we were all horrified when the professor just walked up and shouted in this deaf person's face. Not a teacher, but an HS. We had a sub come in who was the older sister of a student. She was apparently super smart and had graduated HS early, which means that when she subbed for us, she was barely older than our class. Like, maybe 2 years older than us. Worst sub experience ever. She was extremely cliquey. It was like having Regina George as a substitute teacher. If you weren't in her former or her sister's current social circle, you did less than exist. You were like a void of attention. Of course it was a class I was struggling in, and she was our sub for almost a month. I fell so far behind that I couldn't catch up, and I had to retake the class the following semester. She would barely teach. Instead, she would spend her time in class socializing with her former friends and students she knew. She would hand out packets occasionally, and since that's all we did for a month, they were worth quite a bit of our grade. She didn't help any of us with them. There was no textbook for the class, and they were to be done in class, so no internet help either. She didn't grade them, so there was literally no way to learn or judge your progress until her time as a sub was up. When my real teacher came back and graded our sheet and told me I'd have to retake the class, I straight up cried in front of him. I still fucking hate that beach of a sub. Oh boy. Do I have a horror story for you. I was diagnosed with lupus 2 weeks before I started my high school English 9 teaching gig. With lupus, you have to go to routine appointments with your rheumatologist to make sure your faking organs aren't failing. This appointment was particularly stressful because I was having labs done to see if I should start faking chemotherapy. Here's what the sub-teacher has to do with this story. I get a message from a student that explains the sub is really angry and having admin called on kids for silly, minuscule issues like not saying here during attendance, putting their hoods down, etc. This is a really weird exchange for obvious reasons, because despite being rambunctious in their 14-year-old glory, they're really good kids. I get an email from admin asking if I knew this particular sub. Not 10 minutes later, I get a faking phone call in the waiting room of the lab asking if I purposefully requested this sub because she was very upset. I come in the next day mortified by the exchanges from yesterday and arrive to see the damage. I see, I kid you not, a 2-page handwritten thesis of why these kids are so horrible and asking why I warned the kids about her being awful. I asked the kids what happened, and I was prepared to lecture them about respecting adults when I'm out of the room, etc. But it turns out she was actually psychotic. She would scream at the kids if they talked or moved or didn't immediately comply with her requests. She called administration on my yearbook class of our top juniors and seniors. Long story short, she is no longer employed by the school system. I had a substitute gym teacher in high school who was kind of cracked. He came in and started barking at everyone like a drill instructor, but couldn't really back up the demeanor. You can kind of tell when someone has false bravado. He had us running weird drills like run across the gym, do 5 jumping jacks, run back and do 5 push-ups, but it was a team relay. We were all 16-year-old slackers, so we caught on to the fact this dude was really overacting. Overacting in front of teens may have well been cheating yourself. It was like blood in the water. Everyone started faking with him in small subtle ways, goofing off when he wasn't looking, half-assing his workouts, asking him how much he can lift, etc. Just distracting him however we could. Dude starts to realize that the class is turning to bedlam and responds by threatening to do karate on kids who misbehave. Claimed to be a black belt. He might have been, who knows. But we all lost it and started cracking up. We told him that he couldn't perform karate on students, but he assured us he could. He never backed up his claims, but we did convince him to demonstrate his sick karate moves. This was the first 10 minutes of class and we never did anything. The rest of the class never saw that guy again. We tried to explain it to the gym teacher when he came back, but he didn't believe us. I have so many stories for this one, but I'll stick to the Beach Boys sub today. I taught 6th grade social studies and have always prided myself on leaving obsessively detailed subnotes and prepping my students for exactly what my expectations would be while I was out. Most subs were grateful and my students usually well behaved. Not this time. Apparently Beach Boys sub handed my plans to one of my students in first period and asked her to read them to the class. That took most of the period with constant interruptions, and then he let them play games. After that, he completely gave up on having them do anything. In the late afternoon, my principal was giving our new superintendent a tour of the classrooms and he walked into mine to see complete and utter chaos. The Beach Boys was blasting from the speakers. Students running around, hiding in the corner, parkouring off desks, classroom trashed. My principal didn't do anything because he's a useless waste of oxygen, but I can only imagine what the superintendent was thinking. When I returned, I found my classroom destroyed. Ants everywhere because he didn't make them clean up their snack messes. Melted and squashed fruit snacks in the rug had to be thrown away. Trash everywhere. Laptops missing from the technology carts. I found one literally on the opposite side of the building. Furniture rearranged completely. Noise complaints from my neighboring teachers. He'd eaten all of my snacks and given away an entire 300-count bag of dum-dums, my bribe of choice. I only saw like 90 to 100 students that day because of block scheduling. So, if I did the math, he gave every kid 3 pieces of candy. No. Come to find out, he gave the most obnoxious boys in one class who wouldn't leave him alone the entire bag. My personal supplies were scattered to the 4 winds or gone completely. Never saw my good scissors again. Not sure why, they clearly weren't doing any work to need those supplies. He didn't clear the history from the computer's internet browser, so I know he spent most of the day shopping for used cars and discount insurance, with a fair amount of Facebook thrown in. According to my students, he disappeared in every class period for at least 10 minutes to go to the bathroom and they couldn't find him. He helped himself to leftovers from our teacher potluck the day before. Several of my best students tried to get him to follow the plans, but he made fun of them in front of the class, calling them goody two-shoes and making one of them cry. Apparently he forgot he wasn't on a comedy roast tour. When the dust settled, I gave him a terrible review on our substitute management system, sent emails to ours, talked to my principal, etc. But as far as I know, there were no consequences. I was adamant that he never sub for me again, but I know he continued to get sub jobs throughout my district for the rest of the year. My students and I had a come to Jesus meeting when I saw them again, and most of them were very sorry. It took me 2 weeks to catch them up with their B-Day classmates. I had to piece together this story from students, neighboring teachers, and my best teacher friend, who apparently kept dropping in to try to get things back on track, but eventually just gave up and started to checking to see if he was just physically in the room and no students were bleeding. What a day that was. Not a teacher, but my friend's mom was a sub in the way back days, whom I got a few times. Went to a predominantly black school in the mid-90s, and somehow this very white woman thinks it's a good idea one day to use class time to start ranting about rap music. How it's internet, this, and internet. That point I'm white, and I was offended. It seriously came out of nowhere. Wasn't like we were acting up. Kids were being relatively well behaved up until that point. Yeah, we were talking about music, but wow. Holy shit, did she light a fire in that class. Some real racist shit got aired out between a few students. She realized she really faked up and started having a panic attack, which just made things worse when her voice got higher, louder, and more defensive. Things ended up getting almost physical. One student tried to slap her. Ultimately the teacher from next door came in to find out what the commotion was about right at about that time. Luckily, he was the teacher that everybody liked, got the kids involved to calm down real quick, and pulled the sub and the kid who tried to hit her from class. He was also black. About 20 minutes later the VP, whom was also black, comes in and tells us our sub had been sent home for personal issues, and that we were to just read at our desks for the rest of the day. While she sat and did her job, my friend was literally waiting for me when I got home to get the full story and to let me know a couple of things I was ignorant of. Apparently, the previous day her husband had decided he was not only wanting a divorce, he had already rented a new place and had come out as a person transitioning. Took me a moment to realize what he meant. Her entire world fell apart in less than 24 hours. She initially lost her job over the incident, but after some counseling and what I felt was an honest come to God moment about a year later, she realized how insulting she had been. She got a job teaching spec edition kids at the same school a few years later, after everyone involved had moved on. She made a point of finding the kid who tried to hit her and apologized to her. They had a big hug it out. About 4 years after it happened. As far as I know, she was able to retire a teacher. Not the worst story, and also not a teacher, but when I was in grade 5 we had a sub for the day. My class had all the smart kids and all the dumb kids. The other grade 5 class had the average kids. All of us dumb kids were talking and shouting, and being generally dumb. This teacher kept telling us to be quiet, which we did. We then just got progressively louder by accident. Finally the teacher snapped, singled out the only kid in class, who had never been in trouble and wasn't talking. She was the smartest kid in the class. This teacher lays into her, and gives her a detention for talking and ignoring the teacher's instructions. She starts bawling and all us dummies start saying, "We were talking, she wasn't, give us the detention. She did nothing wrong." Well, the teacher didn't believe us, because we were the dumb kids that misbehaved. The smart kids realized they had to step up and get justice for this kid and start saying, "If she gets a detention, so do we." It wasn't her. Finally the siblings said she'd leave it in the note and our teacher can decide what to do the next day. She was not in trouble and the teacher apologized to her on behalf of the sub. The reason we were also concerned, by the way, is because of the damn permanent record that teachers threaten you with. We thought this one blip would be the end of her perfect school career, and it would cost her scholarships, acceptances, and jobs if she had this one detention. I mean, it was also unfair for her to be punished for our wrongdoings, but it was mainly the permanent record thing. I told you we were the dem kids. I'm not actually a teacher, but I'm a student. I had a very bad experience with a substitute teacher, and I'm willing to share my story. This is, when my teacher was sick with COVID, she was my science teacher, and she was my favorite teacher of all. We received a substitute teacher who was said to be very nice to students and loved teaching. When she arrived, she was very nice to other students in my class. Well, other students other than me. I found this out during an after-class session that was happening while I was in my lunch break. I was there because I realized she was going very fast during notes, and I could not keep up. We were told to turn in our notes that must be complete. If the notes were not complete, we must make up the work during lunch. I arrived at science at 12:34 in the afternoon, at least 1 minute before lunch began. I took my seat at the cold metal table that we were provided in science and got to work looking through the notes slides that were posted on Canvas. My substitute teacher was quietly printing copies of the notes worksheet that will be passed out next period, and nobody else was in the room. After the intercomers told us that it was lunch for 6th grade, I quietly got up from my seat and walked towards the door. My substitute teacher stopped me and asked me, "Where the heck do you think you are going? You aren't leaving for lunch anytime soon." Of course I was confused, as it was by order when in an after-class session, if lunch was called, they were to be dismissed to get lunch and come back to the room/common area to work on schoolwork. I asked her in a polite manner, "What do you mean it's you aren't leaving?" "That's that. You have 3 different papers to do." This only got me more confused. I only had 1/2 sheet for notes and no missing assignments that were overdue, plus I already took science for class in 2nd period and the notes sheet was the only thing due. I didn't having anything else in other classes that I was aware of, and if I did I would have revived an email on Outlook. This is when she told me the things I had due. 1. You finish your notes sheet. 2. You write me an apology letter for not being able to understand. And 3. You are too stupid to even do any of those, so I think it would be better for you to pick up the trash left under the desks. I was shocked to hear that, but I responded anyways. Look, I know how to do those things, and 2, I'm not stupid. Oh hush, my name here. I bet your little mommy only even taught you how to clean and act proper with the attitude you have. I bet you cannot even stand up for yourself. Here's the thing guys, I taught myself how to clean up after my own messes, and also, my mom isn't little. She taught me self-defense and can throw me to the floor if she wanted to really test me. My mom also taught me how to stand my ground, cook, climb trees, skills of hiding and sneaking around places, and the basics of economics. I was escorted to my seat, where I decided to quickly rush through my notes and carry on with my day. My substitute teacher stared at me doing my notes for the next 2 minutes before I finished and turned in my notes. I turned to leave once again, only to be stopped once again. "Where's my apology letter? My name here? Did you even think about that?" To which I told her, "Just because I'm here to finish my notes, Because I could not understand you for going very fast, doesn't mean I have to apologize for my lack of comprehension for fast speaking. Now if you can please excuse me to go and get some chips from the cafeteria, that would be appreciated. Like I said, you aren't leaving the class until you finish your work. I was starting to get fairly annoyed at this point with the fact my stomach was grumbling and hungry for food that I couldn't even get. I waked back to my seat and started to write a 3-sentence apology note on a lined piece of paper. At this point it was 12:43 and lunch was going to end very soon. I wrote the apology letter and set it on her desk, and then I turned to leave. This time she didn't stop me, and then I knew why. She locked me in the classroom with her. I couldn't get out. At this point my stomach was screaming for food, and I was terribly hungry. I asked my substitute teacher to please open the door, yet she refused. She told me, until you pick up under the desks, then you can leave. Okay, now I'll tell you this. I was very annoyed at this point, and I had enough. Grabbing the broom, I swept under each and every desk in the classroom, and carefully picked up pencils I found, and set them on the main table next to the door. After cleaning up, and after being annoyed to the point where my annoyometer was slowly about to reach its point, I asked to leave. Finally, after all this time, at 12:48, and 2 glorified minutes left of lunch, I could finally leave. I'll let you leave when lunch is over. And here I am, asking myself, how the fuck did you become a teacher? And hungry as a bear who never got how it feels to experience the feeling of eating a marmalade sandwich. I swear those were the longest 2 minutes of my life of waiting. During the wait, I cleaned up the desk I sat at, and organized my things. I grabbed my things neatly in my hands and turned around, and stared at my teacher at the door. 12:50 and lunch has ended. Hearing the clicking noises of the door being unlocked and slowly opening, I dashed out of there so fast. I swear I felt like my substitute teacher would chase me if I didn't get out of there sooner. I didn't want to explain what happened to my teachers, or why my stomach was slowly turning into a bear or a dragon, but I ended up being noticed as unusually hungry by my social studies teacher and my math teacher. Not a teacher, but a student. Our English teacher got diagnosed with cancer a month into our class, so we had to have a substitute. Just as we started getting a routine in class, the substitute teacher was really bad. She had a lot of alternative ways of teaching which didn't really amount to anything. For example, she once made us create Facebook profiles for characters in this one book we were reading, and made us update these profiles on the regular as we got deeper into the character's development. After Christmas break she had either been transferred or got a new job somewhere, so we got a new sub. If we thought that the previous teacher was bad, this one was absolute shit. She came into class and most of the time she didn't do anything. Just sat there until the class was over and then left again. The next 3-4 months went so badly that we demanded a meeting with the principal where we had to explain a situation. We were 2 months away from exams and still hadn't gone through more than 40-50% of the curriculum. Point after this, the principal assigned a relog teacher to your class. This motherfucker came into our classroom like a drill sergeant. By the end of that class, he had assessed the situation and made a plan for how we were going to get through the entirety of what was left of our curriculum within the next 2 to 3 months before the exams started. Nobody missed any homework after that, and to everybody's surprise he had us ready for exams. I never had this much respect for a teacher before. I did have sex with his daughter a couple of years later though, without knowing who her father were, so that's also nice. I'm a little late and this is from a student's perspective, not a teacher's. Important to note that at the time, I was a shy little 7th grade girl who, although I was good at it, hated advocating for myself. I'm legally blind, have many accommodations they legally have to follow. Got to class, turned off the first bank of lights, helps with light sensitivity, and immediately got told I couldn't do that. No big deal, I just tried explaining my situation. Interrupted with I don't care, and you're lying, just because I'm a sub. Eventually got her to leave them off. Then when we were silently working, class has Chromebooks from a cart, but I have my own. Since so used it so much, the sub moved the cart to directly in front of my pod of tables, so she could keep a close eye on me, since I was the troublemaker. Yeah, okay. In my entirety of school I got in minor trouble once. Then mid-work time she thinks it's appropriate to go on a rant to me about how I'm just faking it for attention, and I'm the reason people like her are miserable, how my generation is far too disrespectful, and how she has no choice but to watch me, since it's too dark in the room for her to see anything else. I had this sub 4 more times after that incident. Similar results each time. The school did nothing. To be fair, I'm not sure the correct people were told, but yeah, that messed me up. So again, I'm not a teacher. In 6th grade we had this sub, I will call her Sue. She was awful. One day, we were in class, and were working on group projects. We were usually allowed to go into the team offices, sort of like study rooms. We went in, and any time we spoke to each other, it was, again, a group project that required communication. She would scowl through the window and just watch us. Then, she eventually opened the door, and told us to be quiet, to which we explained that we had to talk. She eventually left. Another time, Sue came back, and was a choir sub. She had us do this thing where, when we took attendance, she'd read a name and that person had to reply with a US state. There were 60-ish people in our choir, 50 states. Someone pointed that out, and she heard them but ignored them. She also mentioned that we couldn't repeat states. So we started doing this, and every time someone who wasn't called on talked, or a state was repeated, we started over. Attendance took up about a quarter of the class time. Then, she told us to be quiet. We were quiet, whispering. Then she totally went off, and started yelling about how we don't know what silence means. My friend who was sitting next to me mouthed the words to the sound of silence. I did too, and she looked over, and my friend and said, You there. Stop talking to that girl. Eventually choir was over, and I went down to pre-algebra. I walked in, and our teacher wasn't there. We waited, and learned we had a sub in that class too. It was Sue. Of course. She was so rude to all of us, and totally changed how we usually did class. It was terrible. Sorry this is long. Nobody probably read this far. Anyway, we had a different choir sub that yelled at all of us while we were playing charades. Totally ignored it when kids were fighting, and was incorrect about several terms we were trying to study and learn right. Then, some kid talked after she said to be quiet, and she kicked him in the leg. Anyway, thanks if you read this far. Have a good day. You didn't ask for this, but I'm the student in this scenario. TLDR, my elementary substitute yelled slurs at a student and called him a dog. And I got in trouble for trying to report it. We had a substitute teacher in 5th grade. Let's call her Ms. Florida Lady. The name will make sense later on. Her first time subbing is near the beginning of the year. This day, we had a test in social studies. She hands out the tests and goes back to the desk and sits on her phone. About 5 minutes in, she gets a phone call. She picks it up and starts having a full conversation with her daughter about their trip to Florida. We all look back to see who the hell she's talking to, and she keeps on talking. Eventually, I guess she gets tired of the stares and yells at us to stop getting distracted and keep working on our test. She did a multitude of different things that day, but it's been so long that I forgot most of them. It gets so much better. The next time she subs is a few months later. She's subbing for our music teacher. She knew our class and remembered that we told our teacher about what she did. My teacher reported it, but the other lady still subbed there. During music class, she has her granny diapers in a twist about how we told on her, and she got in trouble blah blah blah. This kid raised his hand and asked to go to the bathroom during her rant. She got up and screamed in his face. She called him all kinds of slurs and referred to him as a dog. This kid was black, and she was white. The kid cried, and she told him, if he didn't shut up, that she'd expel him. What the fuck? Doesn't make sense now, but our 10-year-old logic was like. When the music class was over, everyone was terrified of this lady. I was the only kid with enough balls to do something about it. I write a note to the teacher and leave it on his desk. 2 days later this lady comes walking towards me with a teacher that I barely knew and the principal by her side. She proceeds to accuse me of slander and plenty of other things because I wrote a note to another teacher detailing what she had done. The principal was messed up, so she agreed with the sub, and my parents got called. My parents were basically like, lol okay fuck off, to the school. She tried to get me expelled, but had no grounds for it. I hope that lady is 6 feet under by now. Not a teacher, but rather a former student. For some basic background, I have Asperger's and severe social anxiety. Unfortunately for me, the teachers at my original school decided that these disorders didn't actually exist, so instead assumed I was behaving strangely because I was a terrible kid, and so they'd relentlessly pick on me. It got bad enough I had to move schools multiple times, so I did 6th grade literally 3 times. Fast forward a few years, and I end up having to leave school entirely and finish my final 2 years from home, because if I'd stayed in the school environment I literally would not be alive today. Few years after finishing my schooling, I decide to try a knit course at TAFE. Basically the same thing happens. A spoken reporter is required, so I explain my situation to the teacher very clearly, that my disorder means that I can't do this, but I offered to do it as a written report to hand in, or record myself speaking it at home, and give it to her on a USB. Teacher refused to believe my disorders were real, and pressured me to the point I had to drop out. Because of all this stuff happening, it severely traumatized me, and left me with both physical and mental scars. I'm now a 26-year-old man who still can't put myself back into a traditional schooling environment without damn near self-destructing. So to any teachers out there who think they can pull this kind of thing, just know that you're doing lasting damage to students, and if you see no problem with then teaching is not the job for you. Not technically a substitute teacher, but a replacement teacher during my A-levels, age 16 to 18 in UK. My art teacher left the school, and I was transferred over to the responsibility of the product design teacher. I submitted about half in sketches, half on a flash drive, and included a scrolling PDF with all the images, a folder full of separate PDFs, and a folder full of JPGs 3 copies. I was surprised to find that I got a D on my art project. I was annoyed, but in the UK D is technically a pass grade at A level, which was all I needed for my offer for uni. I happened to see my not art teacher in the hall after picking up my results and asked her about the grade and why it was so low. She claimed the USB stick was unreadable, told me off for not being careful, and why didn't I save everything as a pointIF. I bashfully told her it was her fault because that device was perfectly functioning, and she absolutely blew up at me instantly in full defense mode, completely unprofessional, saying don't blame me because your submission was cheated etc. I got the USB back. It worked fine. All the files were perfectly readable. The best part is, I was going to print it all off anyway and paste it into my book for submission, but she was the one that suggested I do it digitally. Doesn't matter now, I aced uni and have a terrible and unfulfilling art job in the games industry despite all that. Not a sub, but my 8th grade math teacher. Apparently her attitude had been deteriorating for the past couple years and was at her worst the year I had her. She was a demon. Kicked a kid out for dropping their pencil because she assumed they did it on purpose to distract the class. She had a very particular way of doing things, and as a kid with disabling, untreated panic disorder and untreated ADHD, it caused lots of issues. If she saw you glancing down for even a second, she would call out your name and say pay attention. I couldn't focus by looking at the board. I needed to draw or fidget to focus, but she yelled at me if I so much as tried. I had extreme anxiety because of her. Every time she would call on me, I would cry, and then she would shame me in front of the entire class, and took it upon herself to call on me every other question, and belittle me when I cried. I remember telling her I couldn't focus without doing something on the side, and she told me I could focus just fine, and brushed it off. One day she had enough of my anxiety, and spent the last 10 minutes of class and 10 minutes into the next class yelling at me about how I can't cry like that, I'm a baby, telling me I wouldn't get anywhere in life, etc. Every time she asked a question, my only reply was, can I please leave? I was so ashamed and embarrassed because everyone from both classes saw it, and I was bullied as it was. Another time one girl didn't know the answer to a question, and she got right in her face and started saying things like you need to pay attention more because your grades are bad in front of the whole class. Right in her face. Point she had to retire the last few months because of some health issue or something. It was amazing she was never fired. I have years and years of lasting trauma from it, and I've developed several other severe mental health disorders because of her. I still cry and shake thinking about it. Anytime anyone slightly raises their voice at me I break down and am in complete shambles. I actually started crying writing this. Worst of all, my dad doesn't believe I have any problems and thinks I'm an attention hoe, making it worse for me. He yells at me when I have panic attacks and spent hours screaming at me after my suicide attempt and told all the doctors I didn't take anything and I was a liar while I was on my hospital bed. It only gets worse for me, unfortunately. And it all started with her. Not a teacher, but we had a substitute for band in 5th grade. Coincidentally, it was also the day of a big end of year party involving lots of food, which usually doesn't end well if there's no structure to how it gets passed around, and the person in charge doesn't know what they were doing. My band teacher knew what to do for something like this, and had been for years. The sub did not, and considering how pissed my band teacher was upon learning of the below incident, may have ignored any actual advice prepared for the situation, and left us to fend for ourselves. Despite the class consisting of students in the school's highly capable program and some of the parade/office staff repeatedly insisting we were meant to be an example for the regular kids, the consumption quickly got out of hand to the point where one of my still classmates threw up on the floor after chugging a bottle of Coke. Somehow, the sub-teacher managed to file an angry complaint afterwards. With the district seeking to change the rules on food, while also bypassing our actual band teach. And locking him out of the loop in the process, and now the school limits any kind of event that involves passing out food to 3 times per year. All because of one unsupervised event with a bad sub, while every birthday celebration, post-project party, etc. before then had gone off without any real incidents. Thankfully it was a K6 campus, so the first year we had to live with that new policy was also my last. To their credit, though, we were lucky to not have had any incidents beyond that during the mess of a party without proper supervision. Not a teacher but a student. I call this story a series of unfortunate substitutes. On my freshman year of high school we had a French teacher. He was there for a week, but he got an offer to go and teach Spanish to France. The principal agreed, and he was given 2 months on France as a Spanish teacher on a monastery. Cool. Here is when the subapocalypse happened. The first month he was gone we had no sub-teacher, because the system here sucks. The second month we got a sub-teacher. Let me tell you, she was the best French teacher we ever had. She actually made us learn, but she had to leave at the end of the month. When the odd teacher came back, we all loved her. 1 month later, no teacher, and the teacher wasn't coming back. So we got a sub-teacher for the last 3 months, but he was never in class. We just had to fill textbooks and the tests were basically giving out the answers. He was a cool teacher, but he always had meetings at the same time he was supposed to be on our class, every time. We called that teacher DJ, because we only ever saw him on the events of the high school mixing music. Next year, still no odd teacher. DJ stayed and there was another sub-teacher that year to lighten the class charge for DJ. That other teacher though, she was bad at teaching. She was a sweetheart, but her voice tone was so low for a 30-kid big class that nobody ever got anything she said, and every single practice was an A+ for everyone, but for some reason all the tests were B or C plus WE survive. The year and next year they were both gone. Still no odd teacher, so they got another sub that ended up staying for longer. At the beginning she was the most beautiful, understanding and cool teacher we ever had. Everyone loved her, and it's safe to say she cared about learning. Every class the classroom was different. She always told us stories, and she was super fun. But she started telling more personal stories one day, and she made some polls and stuff to find out what we disliked from her. After that poll she changes. She started being angry all the time, to yell at us every chance she got, and the tests were way harder. The class got progressively more rebellious when she was gone, and it was pure chaos. Our class even ended up breaking a mini Eiffel Tower she had, and we put it in place. Next class she wanted to show us all something about it, and it broke on her hands. She thought it was her fault and we dodged the bullet. The year passed, the OG teacher never came back, we don't have mandatory French classes anymore, and on the year of our graduation we went on various road trips as a generation. On one of them, we even got a double bus. On the way home we had almost a party on the top part of the bus, and then we hear one of the popular people scream, "Hey, look what I found." A Facebook post spreads through all of our phones via the generation WhatsApp group. A week ago, thanks to God for being on the place, where I'm accompanied by a photo of two people on a French building with monk robes, one being the OG teacher that left when we entered high school. It's safe to say he was really happy there. Extra note, it seems that when we left HS the beaches teacher got expelled, with other two teachers that ended up having some faked up drama behind them, and they got another sub that ended up staying as a full-time teacher, the very first sub that everyone loved. Our HS got a happy ending at the end of the day. Not a teacher, but a student. I had a bad experience with a sub at the age of 12. Our teacher has left the sub to get us to do our group projects that were due very soon. We only had 1 week to do them. So the sub got some laptops and me and my friend started work on our project. The project was a PowerPoint, and it was on the school files that everyone can access. My other friends opened my PowerPoint and changed the title of it to "Your Mum." Don't judge, we were 12 or something. Me and my friend laughed, my other friends laughed, and we got back to work. Unfortunately, this nosy bastard of a sub comes over and sees the title. He asks us why it is "Your Mum" and continues to be a dick about it. Some things I remember that he did is repeatedly asking, "Why did you change it?" while we said we didn't. He just kept asking it and making us embarrassed. Our other friends came over and said that they did changed it. Thanks, Jaden. But unfortunately this stubborn piece of shit keeps going. After this session of getting nowhere, we are kept after class during recess time. He takes us up one by one to explain what happened. Quick reminder that this is about a title of a PowerPoint being "Your Mum." What we said was the same, and we all agreed that the same two friends did it. They even said they did it. He starts yelling and calling us inappropriate. He punished us all, yes, including me and my friend who were the victims of this awful crime, with a yellow card. A yellow card was pretty serious. That was the only yellow card I got throughout the 7 years at that school, so it was pretty big. We also missed out on sport for the whole term, got a detention, and got a note left to my teacher who thought I was good until that point all over a harmless joke of a PowerPoint being called "Your Mum." Not a teacher, but I have a story from 4th grade. Our original teacher ended up leaving the school about 1/3 of the way into the year. No idea why. I heard a bunch of different stories, but many said that she was asked to resign for one reason or another. Either way, she was a very sweet lady, and I remember the day she said goodbye to us was full of tears and hugs after she left. We got this one Karen of a teacher, haircut and all. She was nowhere near as sweet as our original teacher, and actually swore at kids a couple times in class. She also flexed on our class about how she could do long division with 2-digit divisors and we couldn't. She was literally flexing basic math skills on a group of 9-10-year-olds. Weird, but okay. Well, one day we were doing our daily round of reading out loud. I can't remember what book we were reading, but it had a swear word in it. I think it was sheet. The boy who was reading stopped in the middle of the sentence when that word came up and just looked at the teacher. Bewildered looks from everyone because whoa, an adult word. LMAO. Well, this teacher did not like his reaction. She told the class to shut up and started ranting and complaining about how we overreact to every little thing, and a swear word being in a book isn't crude, it's artistic. She started scolding the kid for being immature and kept beating down on him. He tried to say that his parents didn't want him to say that, but this pissed her off more, and she sent him to the principal's office. While he was on his way there, she called the office to let them know and said the reason was because he was refusing to do his work in class and was being disruptive. Not sure if it actually got sorted out or if he just took the punishment, but I remember the rest of class was dead silent. Edit. Wording. not as a teacher, but as a student. I was in a university math class, and my professor was this older gentleman who was a little silly, but overall a great instructor. I've never been good at math, but with him teaching I was doing the best I'd done in a long time, and many of my classmates felt the same way. Unfortunately, halfway through the quarter he came down with some serious medical problems, and had to sit out the rest. Our new instructor was an older woman who had a pretty thick Eastern European accent, and had none of the charisma of the other instructor. Her teaching style was completely different and a lot of the class suffered for it. Of course, I can't fully blame her. She came in halfway through the class, and had to learn everybody, and get her teaching style going. This was also the point, where the class was starting to get tough. A bunch of us weren't able to follow along nearly as well as we could with the other instructor, and there were a lot of questions asked. Eventually she and some other students started to get frustrated, and there were some grievances aired, but she decided that she didn't really want to take any responsibility, and just made excuses. I kinda felt bad, but man, I just wished she would take responsibility and understand that she wasn't the only one struggling, and at least she was getting paid to struggle. All of the students are paying thousands of dollars a quarter to attend these classes, and a lot of grades ended up tanking in the last half. Obviously a much more tame story, but it just goes to show that poor teachers aren't exclusive to public school substitutes. Had a sub take all of my classes to go watch a basketball tournament going on during the school day. This resulted in most of the students skipping, with multiple caught vaping and a few went off campus and got drunk. My most recent sub, I now teach elementary, completely ignored my plans, which included students using only their supplies, raided my cabinet and desk, and left my personal supplies strewn across the school, didn't sanitize anything between classes, and wrecked my classroom area. I'm elementary art and on a cart this year due to the circumstances. I came back to my entire organizational system completely faked, and my sanitizing wipes conveniently gone. On the flip side, I have had amazing subs at this district. Most are parents or grandparents of students at the school, and they are wonderful. I have a few that I can trust to get into my supplies and even paint with kinda. I don't even trust some of the actual teachers to paint with kinda most of the time. The good subs don't get near enough credit. Bonus story from my mom. My mom was in her first year teaching and was also pregnant with my sister. She taught high school government and social studies. She was out one day for a doctor's appointment and did not know the sub she was assigned. She gets a call from one of her coworkers after school with news of how classes went, along with a warning to find a new office chair. The sub she got was known to be a bit gross. Turns out he was having some issues, and rather than calling for someone to cover the class for a few minutes, he sheet himself. This sub literally sheet himself in front of the freshman social studies class and sat in it all day in my mom's chair. The principal ended up promptly replacing the chair and the sub was never seen again. I have two stories. Both were nightmares. First one was when I was sick for 3 days. Due to our school having made the news due to an online threat that week, subs were scarce. Day 1 I had no sub, so a resource teacher subbed in. Day 2 a sub picked up my class, and it was an experienced sub known to our school, so I was relieved. That evening the EA in my class emailed me about an incident. Now my class was what you would call challenging due to their attitudes, etc. So the sub, I guess, got fed up with their attitude and lost it. The sub went off telling my grade 7 students they would not succeed in their adult lives and should get used to working at McDonald's. He told them nobody liked teaching at our school and that they should show him more respect than me because he had a master's degree, and said he was probably the most qualified teacher in this entire school. He finished with, "You should all be ashamed of yourselves, and so should your parents." I have no reason to doubt my EA, so I instructed them to contact our VP. The next morning our VP received several emails and calls from parents, and when the sub came in he was asked to leave. As far as I know he's the only sub that's been put on a permanent do not call list for our school, lol. The silver lining is I looked like a rock star to my class when I came back, lol. The second, my wife is a music teacher and she was on maternity leave for the last half of the year. So the sub who came in was on a term, as my wife had indicated that she was in fact coming back in the fall. so most everything was planned out for the sub, because my wife is one of those types who's like a planning and organization ninja. There was some room for the sub to fill in some gaps with their own ideas ECT point, but most everything was set. Before my wife left, she had been in multiple meetings with the principal about a plan to overhaul the music department's music instrument inventory. She was the first full-time music teacher they had for over 10 years, so the music department was lacking a lot. So the principal and my wife had put together a strategic spending plan over 3 years to modernize the instrument selection and other resources without dipping too much into the school's reserve funds and maximizing grants, etc. Well, just before the end of the school year, my wife goes in to gather some stuff and to get an idea of where things will be when she comes back. As she's going through stuff, she notices a purchase order for $1,500 worth of instruments, which was not part of her plan. The sub had decided to order these in and nobody questioned it. Now this happened because the principal also had taken some time away due to health reasons and never thought he needed to mention this to the VP. So the VP signed off on it. As being a term teacher, she had the authority to do so. The VP saw there was money available for the music department, but didn't understand that it was earmarked. So my wife's 3-year plan was completely trashed because the instruments weren't anything they needed. I'm a first-year teacher, so I've only been away a handful of times. The first time I was away, I stayed up till midnight the night before painstakingly making PowerPoints, worksheets and lesson plans for my year 5 class to do with the sub. I wrote a detailed but clear email explaining everything and even included information on how to deal with some of the behavior issues in my class. The sub that turned up was an ancient man who didn't even know how to log into a computer, let alone use a PowerPoint. He was from the days where the substitute would do whatever they wanted. So even though my supervisor was nice enough to print the email and gather the hard copy resources for him, he decided to ignore them and do his own thing. The next day I turned up to a bunch of student work piled on my desk with a little note saying "did not get a chance to mark." I chucked all of it straight in the bin, since it was all unrelated to anything I was teaching them that year. There was also another note informing me that I had a difficult class to manage and gave me advice on how to deal with one of the students who gave him a hard time. Little did he know that I outlined what to do on the email and was already implementing that advice if he bothered to look at it. I learned my lesson the hard way. I have 3 stories as a student. In 3rd grade, our teacher had to be out repeatedly because her dad often had medical problems. We had one sub who we had twice one year, I believe. She would never let us use the bathroom and would never let us talk at all. The worst thing she probably did was ask who the smartest person in the class was. In a class of 3rd graders, this sub also was in 3rd grade. Some kids had decided to act up that day. She sent them to the office. No warning. It was school protocol to give a warning, and proceeded to call the rest of the kids who had only done so much as whisper a question to the kid beside them. She had called us jerks, brats, and idiots. She didn't let us talk at all, and didn't give us any of the assigned work. This sub was in 5th grade. She did that whole 20-minute introduction thing, and then proceeded to pass out the worksheets and just tell us to work. No explanation, just work. After that she was just watching Netflix or YouTube or something on her phone all day. We could hear it. She didn't even use headphones or anything. We didn't get any work done that day either. On a side note, there was this one sub in 5th grade who was awesome. He was nice, followed the lesson plan, and did our work with us, so it was less boring and a bit funny. He was the best sub I have ever come across. Was a student for this. My English teacher for 9th, who was an evil beach as it was out for maternity leave and had multiple different subs throughout. But one in particular stood out to me. One day I had a panic attack and needed to have a sit down with my guidance counselor. The counselor was useless at helping me and my severe anxiety in previous instances. Now that I think about it, he just had me sit in a room alone after a brief convo and let me cry it out. Anyway, I get to the counselor's offices and let the secretary know, and she tells me, "You just waste his time. Go back to class." Yeah, that's totally what you tell a mentally ill teenager who's in the midst of a panic attack. I shuffle back across the school sobbing and slump back into my seat in class and hide in my boyfriend's hoodie. becoming a purple and black striped lump in my desk. We weren't doing anything productive, so I didn't care. The students were silent and didn't look at me, thankfully not saying anything as well. The sub decides that her best course of action is to get up and walk to stand next to me and passive aggressively quietly scold me for being an embarrassment to the school. I was basically an outsider, didn't fit in any way. My reaction was to gently slap my hands onto the desk and look at her, barely able to choke out the words just, "Stop, leave me alone." Through my sobbing, she just stared at me like I killed her dog and went back to the teacher's desk. I never brought the occurrence up to the principal and the other kids didn't really say anything either. I never went to the counselor's office again after that. And I saw the crone of a sub in other classes, but I ignored her existence. Not a teacher, but some days in high school I might as faking well have been. I actually conducted some of the lessons as a substitute teacher should have for forensic science classes, as they would regularly not show up, and my French teacher got pregnant and had to be gone for the better part of second semester in winter. Now, I'm not someplace where it snows, but in a place that is regularly 90 faking degrees, sub 40 is faking freezing. And it was a first period class. We'd be waiting outside without any faking sunlight for up to 15 minutes waiting on this beach to arrive. Up to 15 minutes, because when it was getting that long a neighboring teacher was kind enough to let us freezing kids into the faking classroom with the department master key. And when the beach was there, she didn't have a short fuse. She had a hair trigger. She would yell and threaten to call administration because kids who had already finished their work were talking, and would keep yelling after those kids had already shut the fuck up for 3 minutes, most certainly interrupting other classes. Now, when you couple this with a stereotypical rude black teenage girl who loved confrontation and making a scene, class periods would become yelling matches, and when that chick wasn't pissing the beach off, she'd get pissed off if we asked for help with some of the directions, because the French teacher insisted on writing everything in French and the beach didn't know French, and she'd yell at us for asking for clarification, and apparently she wasn't putting in grades properly. This resulted in us getting a new substitute teacher that everyone knew, liked, and respected. So imagine the great feeling our new sub got, and the shit feeling the beach got, when the entire faking class was cheering as our new substitute walked in. That story probably is one of the more tame ones here, and needlessly long, so let me share a very quick story of my sister's substitute teacher. It was in middle school. And the guy was sitting behind the desk, in the middle of class, masturbating. Not a teacher, and the person I'm talking about wasn't a sub, she was more of a learning assistant for the kids anyway. I was in grade 4. I was at a new school. I'd only been there about 2 months at that point, so I didn't know that teacher at the time. I was in a portable, which is disconnected from the rest of the school. It's basically an outdoor classroom. The whole building is a small classroom, and, because we were 4th graders, a teacher was scheduled to monitor our class. This teacher would walk up to kids' desks, dig through their lunch, and tell them what in their lunch they should and shouldn't eat. That day I believe I had a thing of veggies, a sandwich and some sort of dessert. I think it was cookies. Memory is foggy, because it was 10 years ago, but I still remember some of it, because of how offended I was. I was eating the dessert first because, well, 9-year-old. She walked up to me and said you shouldn't be eating that, then dug through my lunch and pulled other things, telling me to eat them. I lost my appetite because a woman I didn't know had dug through my lunch pail and touched all of my food, telling me what to eat. I didn't eat anything out of my lunch the rest of the day and was really hungry. Another instance. This was 6th grade. The French teacher was watching my friends and I play on a snow hill. For some reason I was singled out to get off the snow hill while my friends got to keep playing. I got mad and kicked the snow. It wasn't aimed at anyone, it didn't hit anyone. The only thing harmed was the snow. She punished me by having me sit on the wall. That's what they did to kids who got in trouble at recess. They made them sit on the wall and watch others play. Weren't allowed to talk to anyone. We just had to stand there until the bell rang. I told the teacher that it wasn't fair. Why was I being punished when I did nothing wrong? Why did she kick me off and let others play on the snow pile? What did I do wrong? I was sent to the principal's office. I told the principal what happened, and she sent me back outside, saying that's stupid, go enjoy your recess. Now an actual instance with a sub. When I was in grade 11 math class, my substitute teacher was my next door neighbor. He didn't do anything in class per se, but he and his husband tried to get my family evicted from our house. Why? Because our water heater was leaking, so they claimed our cats did property damage to their basement wall from spraying or something. Our cats aren't allowed in our basement. Needless to say, that didn't work. Worst substitute I had, coming from a student's point of view as I'm not a teacher, was this woman whose name I can't remember, so I'll just call her Miss. Our teacher has taken maternity leave, so Miss was with us for about 2 months mid-school year. Miss was young, and so we thought she would be at least kinda nice, but no point. My teacher was very lenient with seating, so we were allowed to sit with whoever we wanted in class, as long as we did our work, but according to Miss this was just not okay. And she made us sit in alphabetical order, only to be upset by this, since everyone still according to her was goofing off instead of doing work, and then she changed it to all boys on one side and all girls on the other. Miss also never let anyone use the bathroom. Not even when a girl I knew had a period emergency, aka she was bleeding all over her pants, and asked to go to the nurse to change, and also resulted in a guy getting really mad and peeing in a garbage can by her desk. Both of these times Miss had refused to let them use the restroom multiple times. Even when they explained the situation, worst off, she would scream at us constantly for little things. I raised my hand to ask a question and got yelled at. Another girl got up to sharpen a pencil, got yelled at. A kid walked in right as the warning bell rang, and you guessed it, got yelled at. Stupidest part of all of this is when enough students had complained about her, and the principal came to class to ask her about it. She acted shocked and cried, and then said we were all lying and just didn't like her. Went on a 4-day trip to play in a pool tournament, and I got the same sub for consistency purposes. I left my desk completely cleared with nothing but my desktop, detailed lesson plans with answer keys, and all materials sorted by day and class period, essentially idiot proof, or so I thought. Within the first 20 minutes on the first day, I get a call from one of our principals asking why I didn't leave lesson plans for my sub, which was shocking in itself, since my principal should have known better, because he couldn't find them in my room. Upon returning to my classroom, I asked my high school students how they like the sub. They were upperclassmen, so they are reliable and know what's up. I typically use their reviews to determine whether I'll use particular subs again, as we can have a decent amount of control of who subs for us. Anyways, turns out this sub not only passed out the homework assignments, he gave them the answer keys and told the students to copy the answers so they could all have free time. After his very brief instructions, he sat at my desk with headphones and got lost in his little world. Lucky for me, my students really like and respect me, so nobody did anything bad to raise eyebrows from anybody. I routinely tell them their behavior in my class is a reflection of me as their teacher, so they do take that to heart. You know it's bad when even with that level of easiness and freedom with such a bad sub, essentially all my classes told me he was worthless and I should never use him again. Not a teacher, but what I experienced 8th grade math. We had a sub because teacher was out for a personal day. It all started because I asked another student for a pencil, at which point I got yelled at because I only had pens on me at that point. Fine, whatever. Another student also asks another person a question, and now this person is being held back for a minute after class for asking a question. This other student was also in my next class. It was on the other side of the building. We have a 3-minute passing period, and it takes 2.5 minutes to get to the other side. I speak up saying you can't do this, they'll be late, and another student who's also part of our next class also speaks up. All three of us arguing about this, and the teacher is going back and forth to the point where it's 2.5 minutes now. So we all say fine. Now the next teacher didn't like me that much. She just thought I would lie about everything, even though I never lied to her once. And this all started because myself and my friends sat next to each other and we are making jokes day one of the class. So luckily I had 3 other people who could back up this story. One other was in the class, but didn't speak up. But by the time we got to room and explain everything, the teacher was about to send me to the principal's office. But the only reason she didn't was, and I quote, "You're lucky that I believe the others." Sure, it's nowhere near as bad as others, but that school in general was bad lol. The subs couldn't have really made it that much worse. I got my current position at my school because the court sub pool was thin. One older bloke who seemed quite nice gradually got pissed off because he'd just sit up the front reading the paper instead of, teaching. I basically traded jobs with a court who had been signed to a short-term contract. I became a grade 4 teacher, which he had been. He went back to crutting. He was an evil old bastard who I got along with because he was an evil old bastard who worked on and off for the next few years because he was tight with the prin. The old prin retired, a new one came in. The evil old bastard didn't last much longer. Final straw was when he ripped up a kid's work in front of them, telling them it wasn't good enough. He wasn't allowed back after that point. I taught a grade 3 class, a pack of weirdos, but basically nice kids. Was out of the classroom for planning. The next day every single kid, including all my reliables who put up with everything I threw at them, came up to complain about how strict, mean and awful the previous day's court was. I never got told exactly how or why, but they were united, and my little Spectrum boy was really incensed, so I knew she'd really pissed them off. I got a full picture how badly next term, when the same court wound up being booked for my room and my class full on mutinied in my absence. The prin had to come up and talk them into even letting her take the role. They were very glad to see me the next day and thrilled when I told them the prin had assured me they wouldn't haver her again. Edit, not a teacher, sorry. This was meant to be in response to another comment, but I apparently didn't click the thread or something. I'll leave it up anyway. I had this absolutely crazy marching band sub. Absolutely abhor marching band. Overly crazy megabyte teacher should be arrested honestly. That made us run like 8 laps around a concrete parking lot in 108-degree weather and would only give us 30 seconds to run to gulp down water once per 6-hour block. And then we had to be back in position by the end of her timer, or we did push-ups on concrete with no shade around. That's bad enough, but during the next day's morning warm-up of 3 measly laps, she yelled at a pit percussionist for not running and asked what makes you so special, when everyone else can do it? The girl pulled up her jeans to reveal a prosthetic leg. Turns out she'd had it amputated due to cancer in middle school. Oh my god, insane marching band sub had us marching in a severe thunderstorm, rip woodwind instruments, that got so bad we had to take cover. We were a quarter mile away from any buildings and could only hide under the metal stadium bleachers or out in the open lull. We were so terrified and ended up being driven back to school in a couple of huge police vans. I was one of the unlucky ones in the last trip that they made who got to experience a middle schooler with an equally crazy football coach actually get struck by lightning about 100 feet away. Not sure I'll ever hear a noise as loud as that ever again. That sub ended up having a mental breakdown and leaving after that year, thank god. Our actual director had to quit due to health problems and moved to Mayo Clinic, and she took over. One thing you need to know before I answer is that our district, a large urban district, has some of the worst subs imaginable. They pay $55 a day. Neighboring suburban towns pay around $80 and do not require the sub to have a college degree, a requirement in my hometown, at the very least. On a typical Friday, my school, a huge high school, will sometimes have like 25 teachers absent. So administration just takes whatever they can get when it comes to substitutes. Aside from the usual stealing pen/sticky notes and never following the lesson plans, a couple things come to mind. One sub, who was a building sub, a person assigned to a building the entire year and shows up every day, so they typically know the students and procedures a lot better, was mildly racist and your typical grumpy retiree. I had about 6 computers in my room and the kid spent the class pulling keyboard keys off and tossing them at him. He did nothing. So I came back the next day and there were keys everywhere. I swear I was finding them for weeks afterward. Another time I came back to all my Halloween candy, which I buy after the holiday on clearance and used to reward kids, and all the bottled water I had in my mini fridge completely gone. The worst time was when the sub just left. Students told me she was on Facebook the entire class, and then suddenly was like, hang on, gotta take a phone call. She got up to leave the room, and before stepping out, told the kids to keep the door open, so she could come back in later. She never came back. I had multiple students corroborate that incident, and went to the principal about it. She told me, frankly, they needed every substitute they could get, and considering it was May, she would ride the rest of the school year out with her, but wouldn't let her sub the following school year. NSFW, I'm not a teacher, but I have a story about a sub. When I was in high school, our chemistry teacher went on a long leave of absence for some reason. They brought in a sub to finish the year. My friend and I kind of felt bad for him, because he wasn't respected at all, and he was a super nice teacher. The class all brought squirt guns into class one day. Before the sun got in, we split the room in half, and faced our desk towards one another. We then put up our 3 ring binders as defense, and had a squirt gun fight. Then we would soak paper towels and throw them. They would splat on the binder. The sub came in, and he laughed with us, because telling us to stop didn't work. We eventually stopped. So like I said, my friend and I felt bad, so we befriended him in a way. After a while he would share stories about different things. One day we had a free day and the sub called my friend and I up to the front. He wanted to show us picture to his vacation. Other kids were around too. As he flipped through them, physical pictures, they didn't have digital yet, when about a half a dozen picture of his girlfriend nude was shown. He acted surprised and apologized, but I don't know if he knew or what. We switched subjects, and on how he started talking about porn, and what he saw a girl do with a big oversized crayon. The entire situation was awkward. About a week later my friend and I get called to the principal's office. Come to find out another student saw and heard what our sub showed us, and the story he told, so she told the principal. My friend and I told the principal the truth. The sub got fired later that day. About 6 months later we ran into him at a fast food joint. He didn't blame us, and took full responsibility for it. Not a teacher, but this was something that happened twice in my 5 years of taking accounting. In my second year of high school, my accounting teacher was pregnant, so we had a sub when she started her maternity leave. She was gone for about 5 months, and the substitute was a past pupil that had studied accounting at uni level. She was actually a really nice person. The only problem was we didn't learn much about accounting processes, other than how to do the 4 basic journals from the previous year. We did assets and liabilities for 5 months through of the Krusty Krabs, and we had tests that were crosswords and match the columns. We thought this was great. What would you expect from 15-year-olds? And my whole class of 25 kids had an average above 75. Well, turns out we hadn't learned anything that was in the syllabus. So when I took accounting the next year, my average dropped by 30%. It also was revealed that our normal teacher had not been keeping any tabs on this sub, and hadn't even given her a rundown of what to teach us. The whole administration side of things had been completely left to this brand new sub who was in over her head. The matrix of that year pulled in 5 distinctions between the 15 of them, and those were the girls that went to outside tutors. The same thing happened in my second last year. Same accounting teacher got pregnant and left us for another 6 months with a teacher who didn't know what the syllabus was. This new sub even tried finding out what else she could cover with us from our principal, but they didn't get helped because some of the younger grades had been complaining about her shouting at them. There were parents that had come to the school and complained that she'd been disrespecting their kids, which was only half true. This sub had completely lost control of the younger grades because she didn't know how to keep them in line, and she genuinely was trying her best. She even broke down a few times too. So in my final year, my accounting class of 5 kids had to learn 1.5 years of work in matric, along with all the projects and job shadowing work we had to do for our portfolio. And our normal teacher wasn't even trying with us anymore, because she had basically given up on us. I think she assumed we would all get tutors, so she could get the final results. That was expected from her wonderful teaching. None of us had as, but I was the closest, 78%, so she asked me to get a remark. I ended up with the most satisfying 79 in my entire life. I did not want her taking credit for my years of suffering through a subject my parents forced me to take.